of setting that up, but we're doing it because there is a fantastic YouTube channel called WWE Vault that has popped up not that long ago, actually, and is now starting to show full premium live events. They're actually putting up full shows. They've done a Halloween Havoc. Not that long ago, they did a Shotgun Saturday Night. And we did that one. We actually did a watch-along for that one. We didn't do the watch-along for Halloween Havoc because that was, I think, the first time they'd done, like, this thing. This kind of putting up a full events, right? But now we've got a Survivor Series. So, Survivor Series 1990. And obviously, everyone knows this is the debut of The Undertaker. This is his kind of first match that he has where the wider public see him. It's actually not his debut, but it is his debut. It is regarded as his debut. But as many people already know, he had actually appeared for the company a few days before, but it was taped, so people hadn't seen it yet. So this is the first time that 99.99999% of people will have seen The Undertaker. It is regarded as his debut, rightfully so. And yeah, pretty big show as a result. If you think about what The Undertaker would go on to achieve, if you think about how big The Undertaker's career was, and just what it is that The Undertaker would do over the next, 30 odd years? I mean, actually, it is 2020 that he has his last match with one of WWE's greatest superstars. Well, it all begins here. So if you've never seen this show, I think that'll be a real treat for you to see. And maybe you've seen clips of The Undertaker's debut, but even so, it'll be a real treat. It's a pretty bonkers show, actually. It's a very, very traditional Survivor Series. All of the teams, all the superstars are in teams, and it's elimination matches. So we don't have singles matches on this show. This is when Survivor Series was Survivor Series, and it was a series of Survivor matches. And yeah, I mean, I love this era of Survivor Series. I love this era as well. This is the golden era. And the stars that we're looking at, I've actually got a list of who's on this show tonight, right? Let's just read some of these names of people that we're going to be watching tonight in action, right? We're going to be watching The Ultimate Warrior, Legion of Doom, Texas Tornado, Mr. Perfect, Demolition, $1 Million Man, The Undertaker, Honky Tonk Man, Greg the Hammer Valentine, Dusty Rhodes, Bret Hart, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, the Hart Foundation, Rick the Model Martel, Warlord, Hercules, Jake the Snake, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty, The Rockers, Hulk Hogan, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Big Boss Man, Tugboat, Earthquake, Dino Bravo, Nikolai Volkov, The Bushwhackers, Tito Santana, Sergeant Slaughter, right? And then we've got a match, Survivor match, where the winners of those matches all go into like this Survivor match at the end. That didn't really catch on, that format. But yeah, the people that manage to survive, they go into a special match at the end of the show. So if you think about that list of names that I've just read out, it's a real who's who of 1990, of the golden era. It's going to be a really fun watch along this, I think, where we get to enjoy and talk about all these different superstars, what they brought to the table, what they did in their careers, kind of where they are at this point. It's going to be really good. So, and a nice little kind of starter, because of course next weekend is Survivor Series 2024, and we will be doing the watch along for that. So yeah, I'm excited. Should be a good one. Hello to everyone that's jumping in. Suzanne said, I do love my nostalgia. Cheers, said Long Beach Hippie. Yeah, I think these are really the appeal of these shows, are seeing the superstars, seeing like the little stories that play out within the matches. But the bigger matches themselves are not really matches that you would necessarily go back to rewatch in isolation. There's just a lot of stuff that's kind of packed into the show. Like, as we said, you know, Undertaker's debut, the Gobbledy Gooker, obviously Hulkamania running wild at this time as well. And so there's just a lot that's kind of really going on within the show. But the actual matches themselves, you're right, they're not matches that have aged particularly well. But it's still going to be fun watch long. And I've actually got the Wikipedia page up because I don't need to worry about spoilers. I've seen this show a few times. I'm just looking at the match times. They all clock in at around about 10 to 15 minutes. There's not really anything here that's going to outstay its welcome. You know, the first match, 14 minutes 20, 13 minutes 54, 17 minutes 42, 14:49, 10:52. The final match is 9:07. Like, there's nothing here that's going to be like 25 minutes, 30 minutes, you know? They kept them relatively short and sweet considering the amount of people that are in there. Keeps things at a nice pace. And so, yeah, it's going to be fun. Not a chore to watch at all. They should do the main event as they did at Survivor Series 90, said Billy. Well, I really like the idea. I think the problem with these matches is they don't age particularly well, the kind of elimination Survivor matches. Some have, but the majority don't. And I think part of the problem is that you don't really get anything for winning these matches apart from like a bragging right? So I really enjoy Survivor Series matches more when there's like a stipulation that's added to them. Like one of my favorite ever Survivor Series moments, one of my favorite ever Survivor Series matches, 2014, 10 years ago now. And of course, Team Authority, Team Cena. If Team Authority win, Team Cena are fired. If Team Cena win, Team Authority are out of power, right? So, I mean, either way we went, there was going to be a big outcome. And drop into the middle of that, the debut of Sting in WWE. I mean, it is just, it's perfect for me. I wouldn't change a single thing about how they booked it. I think they booked it absolutely perfectly. I was so impressed. My mind was blown. It was perfect. I love it. I still love it to this day. It's one of my absolute favorite. And that was a traditional Survivor Series match. But I think the reason why I loved it is because it had a stipulation, really important stipulation. And of course, we get the arrival of Sting. I mean, you're not going to be able to replicate that every year. But I've said quite often what I would personally do, and that is all the winners, for me, should go into a battle royal at the end of the show. And in that battle royal, that's where we should then get a winner that gets a world title opportunity. So if you survive in your match, not only are you getting the bragging right of getting the better of the other team, right? Which, you know, could be important if you're in a feud. But even if you're not in a feud, let's say it's Team Raw against Team SmackDown and it's not really an important feud, you get the bragging right, but also because you survived, you would then get added to a battle royal at the end of the show. And to be perfectly truthful, we don't get that many battle royals throughout the year. Like, battle royals aren't really something we tend to go to all that often. We'll get a few throughout the year, but not that many. Not to the point where, oh God, not another battle royal, you know? So I would do that because I think you can do a battle royal relatively quickly. You haven't got all those entrances, you know, to worry about. You just bring everyone down, put them in a ring, and then it's just off you go. Big battle royal at the end. You can have a battle royal done in like 5 minutes. And then you get your winner, and then that person, obviously the show ends with that person being the brand new #1 contender. You know, that can start a whole nother storyline. All the Survivor Series matches will have mattered. They mattered in their own right. They obviously built towards the conclusion of the show. I mean, honestly, and certainly this year, you know, the winner of a Battle Royal, if we had have done that, could have faced, say, Gunther at Saturday night's main event. You know, we could make it a thing now where you win the Survivor Series and it sets up Saturday night's main event. And it's just a good way of kind of setting up your next show. And then, of course, 2025, brand new start. We've got a Saturday night's main event, which I'm sure would play into the Royal Rumble, which it should play into the Royal Rumble. Perhaps we do like something that determines who's going to get number 30 or something, or number 29. I don't think people like it when number 30 is ruined, but I think people are okay if we know who number 29 is. So maybe we could do a little something where the winner, a gauntlet match, the winner gets number 29, and then we leave 30 special, because you'd always like to have that last number as a bit of a surprise. So Saturday night's main event in January can set up the Rumble, and Survivor Series, we could have done something to set up the Saturday night's main event that's in December. We're not doing that, so I mean, it's irrelevant talking about it, but I do agree with what Billy just said. I do think there should be something which kind of happens at the end of the show, which kind of ties everything together. And we will have that tonight. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Which premium live event do you want to see WWE bring back? I've said for years, I do not understand why Cyber Sunday has not returned. It's a pay-per-view designed for mass media. It would be awesome. Delwyn, shout out to you. My understanding of Cyber Sunday, Taboo Tuesday, like, I think that this struggled. And if you look back at the matches, there's not loads of matches that are very fondly remembered. Because my understanding was that there was a call-in. I don't know how much those call-ins were actually accurate. Right? I don't know how much those call-ins actually did result in the wrestlers knowing what match they were going to be having. I think there was a degree of truth to it. And so it meant that, I know this for a fact, I heard Bruce Pritchard talk about it. They couldn't like get rehearsals in, and they couldn't put matches together and get it booked and sorted, because they were waiting on the results to come through. This is what makes me think that it was a legitimate poll, and it wasn't anything that was fake. Because if it was fake, they could have just, booked it well in advance and then just told you what had won. But I think they did try to keep it legit, which meant they had to wait for the result to come in, which then meant that they were completely unprepared. And so that is the problem with Cyber Sunday. My solution to that is quite a simple solution, and it is, why not announce the result of the poll a week before, so that we know what the match is going to be going into the show. It's still voted by the fans, right? Or it could be that the poll closes a week before, but we don't find out the result until the show. The wrestlers know, so they can start putting the match together. Maybe we don't, and maybe we find out at the actual show. The only thing is, you do run the risk of that being spoiled. Someone backstage will find out the result, and then they'll leak what it is. So there are some challenges to it. But I completely agree with you. With social media, that is definitely a show that I would like to see come back, because I think, with apps and social media, I mean, it's just an absolute no-brainer that fans voting on different opponents, different match stipulations, like, it just makes sense, doesn't it? It just makes sense. It doesn't really make sense why we don't do it. But I know that's the challenge, that is the obstacle that I think resulted in it not quite working, or them kind of backing away from it. I don't know why we've not gone back to it. The solutions, I think, can be found. So yeah, I don't mind that coming back, to be honest, but I understand there's a bit of work to be done. My honest answer is I don't really have one. There's not really a show that I think about that I have any sort of fondness for that I would bring back. My go-to answer in the past was probably King and Queen of the Ring, because I always felt that if treated right would mean something. I remember, Owen Hart winning it, and, it meant a lot to him. And I remember Bret winning it, and I remember like that kicking off a story with Jerry the King Lawler, who was arguing he was the only king. And so I remember those ones in the 90s. I mean, Stone Cold won it, and then he did that whole Austin 316 speech, which took him to a whole new level, right? I mean, really, you could say, like, really kicked everything off. And that was King of the Ring. King of the Ring has played a very important part, certainly in the 90s, when it's come to people's careers. So for me, King of the Ring, if booked right, if done right, if treated with respect. I mean, they're still not doing it the way I would do it. I would have everybody in it. Unless you are a world champion, I would have everybody in it. And I would just be running King of the Ring matches. I'd be having a massive bracket. I'd encourage the fans to fill out their own bracket and see how correct they can be. I'd have SmackDown on one side, Raw on the other side. I'd have all the guys, all the girls, and I would just, you know, literally do match after match after match. Some of the matches might have to take place on house shows. That's absolutely fine. I think the house shows should have matches of some degree of importance on them. They would be like first round matches, and I think actually they did that, if I remember correctly. There was a little bit of criticism for it because people were like, I wanted to see this match. But I'm fine with the house shows getting, you know, this stuff. I don't mind if, like, afterwards the match is actually filmed and then put up onto YouTube. We could definitely do that so that people can still see it. But, yeah, I would have gone much bigger with King of the Ring, bigger than they're even doing now. But it's great to see it come back, and it's great to see it being treated with the right level of respect, you know, that it's being given. It's very close to what I would do. I would just go even bigger again. I love the fact the winner gets the title shots. I think that's absolutely correct. I love the fact that the winner gets a title shot at SummerSlam. It's a bit like you win the Rumble, you get the title shot at WrestleMania. You win King of the Ring or Queen of the Ring, you get the title shot at SummerSlam. I like that. The only thing is you are kind of taking away an opportunity to do like a big hot feud for the title at SummerSlam if the champ is always going to have to face the King of the Ring or Queen of the Ring winner. That's the only concern, is you are taking that option off the table. But I suppose if you're smart with your booking, you can always make whoever you want, obviously, as the winner of King or Queen of the Ring. So I do like it. Maybe it doesn't always have to be SummerSlam the winner gets the prize, like, to fight for the title, but I really liked it for this time around. I have no problem with that, doing that again next year. So King and Queen of the Ring was always my kind of go-to. Cyber Sunday is an excellent shout because of the fact that you can vote for the match stipulations and everything. I always enjoyed In Your House, like the OG set. I love Nostalgia. Saturday night's main event coming back is very exciting for me as a result. I always liked when NXT did In Your House and they brought in Todd Pettingale to do, like, you know, a bit of the announcing. Like, I really think if you kind of leaned into something like the New Generation and you got in some stars, I think they were missing some legends from that period. It'd be great to see some names from the New Generation. That would be really cool. I think you could go with like Starcades. I think there's an opportunity to dig into the WCW kind of nostalgia. So, you know, Starcades was always like this massive show. They use it now as like a house show. They use it now as like some weird live event. It is weird because I think they do it like, is it when they go to Georgia and they do like a big house show there? I think they go with the Starcade name, but actually the booking is no different to any other house show. For me, like, you could make that a big deal and have it as a bit of like WCW nostalgia. Certainly if you think about some of the stars like Booker T, Goldberg, you know, Hogan is still under contract. You can always get Kevin Nash. Like, there's plenty of people, Bret Hart, of course. There's plenty of WCW stars that you can always lean on, bring in to make cameos and, you know, kind of dig into some of that WCW nostalgia. I really like what we did with the ECW NXT show. I just thought we didn't go far enough with it. It was a bit tame, which, you know, we probably should have been prepared for. But I think if you go into the ECW arena and you're going to do an ECW theme show, you probably needed to go further than they did. So, little tinge of disappointment there, but it was very well received, that show. Nostalgia is very powerful stuff, isn't it? It's very powerful stuff. So I would like to dig into some of that. So within there is my answer somewhere. Melissa, shout out to you, said, I've been seeing wrestling for many years. I have to say that AEW Full Gear was a boring event where Big Boom Guy versus QT got the biggest pop. Khan went a quarter gear for the event rather than full gear. Got you. Daniel said, I'm right behind you. Daniel, shout out to you. Nobody has two said, have you got any predictions for Saturday night's main event as far as the match cards? It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's hard because there's a few matches that could make it onto there, but I don't know if they're not going to make it onto Survivor Series. It seems like Cody Kevin is being saved for Saturday night's main event, and we had actually heard that that was one of the matches that was going to take place on that show. So Cody against Kevin, I would expect. I didn't know if they'd run it at Survivor Series and then run it again at Saturday night's main event, but I think now that they might actually just outright save it. Cody against heel Kevin. Obviously, we've had Cody Kevin before, but this is going to be Cody against heel Kevin, right? And that I think they're saving for Saturday night's main event. There's going to be a women's title defense. Hard to say who it's going to be against. I think we might have to get through Survivor Series. Survivor Series, I think, will definitely result in some feuds paying off. You know, who's attacked Jade Cargill, I think, is very interesting. I actually don't know who's replaced her in that US tournament. I don't want to know. That person has got to be suspicious because they have benefited from Jade being out. So whoever has replaced her, and again, I don't want to know, but that person has got to be in the running. So depending on who that person is, let's say it's Lash Legend that goes into the tournament. And again, I don't know that it is. But if it is, that would suggest to me that we are setting up a problem between Bianca and Lash, Bianca and Jakara. If Jade is really injured, then Bianca might need to get a new partner. So Bianca and someone against Lash and Jakara would be on the table, but it's hard to say that's where we're going because I don't know who's took Jade. Bianca can accuse someone and not be correct about it. She can say, I know it was you that attacked Jade. You know, I think Jade is responsive, though. I don't think she's still, like, in a coma or anything. So, but maybe Jade doesn't know. And if Jade doesn't know, then maybe Bianca's going to have to go around and trying to figure out who it is herself. And she could accuse it of being Lash and Jakara if one of them benefits by being added to that tournament. That could potentially set up a match. So, you know, that situation is a very interesting situation. It was one of the big talking points coming out of SmackDown. So I feel like that's going to play into Saturday night's main event. It's certainly going to play into Survivor Series, but I think it'll play into Saturday night's main event as well. Women's Championship match. Well, I mean, do you do Liv Rhea? It would feel maybe like we shouldn't do it for that show. That show maybe not quite big enough for Liv versus Rhea again. Rhea's back now. You know, if Rhea, say, pins Liv at Survivor Series, that easily sets up Liv versus Rhea. I just don't know if you want to go to that match so quickly. But then saying that Saturday night's main event is going to be our last kind of big show of the year. We haven't got another big show. I mean, this Survivor Series next weekend is our last PLE. So our next big show of the year, or last big show of the year, is going to be Saturday night's main event. So really, if you want to go big with Summer, and, you know, then that really is the show to do it. Unless you want to go for, like, the last SmackDown of the year. We've seen that a few times where they put a few big matches on the last SmackDown of the year. But, yeah, you could always do Liv against Rhea. Obviously, we got the kind of LA Knight Shinsuke situation. So you could always put that match onto that cards. Wyatt 6 with Miz and Final Testament. You could put that onto Saturday night's main event. There's a lot of people hoping that makes it onto Survivor Series, and it could. But if it doesn't, you can always put it on Saturday night's main event. So you could always put it over there. Obviously, the tag division, I mean, it feels like Motor City Machine Guns against Street Profits probably needs to happen. But obviously, we've got Tommaso not happy about that. So I don't know why they don't just do DIY against Street Profits. Winners face Motor City Machine Guns. That would seem like the cleanest way of sorting this. Maybe they will. And then maybe we get Motor City Machine Guns against the winners at Saturday night's main event, because there's certainly a story around those three teams at the moment. Probably do need, is it Judgment Day? I can't even remember who's got the tag belts on Raw. We never see them. So we probably need Judgment Day to defend their tag titles as well. So it'd be great to find them some opponents. So there's plenty of little stories around. I mean, obviously New Day seem like they're on the verge of splitting. Could we end up doing Kofi versus Xavier if that happens? Imagine that. Kofi Kingston versus Xavier Woods because New Day has exploded. Like, that feels like it's an option that's on the table as well. Obviously, we don't know what's happening with Gunther. I think he does get past Damian Priest, but then you've got Goldberg sniffing around. Goldberg has said, though, that his last match, his retirement match, is going to be in 2025. Nothing's stopping him being at Saturday night's main event to have a match with Gunther. No one says Gunther's his final match. He just says his last match will be 2025. So why not do Gunther versus Goldberg, and then Goldberg has another match in 2025 to retire? So yeah, lots of options on the table, lots of things that can make it. It's just hard to know what makes it on Survivor Series, what makes it just on Raw or SmackDown. Kind of where do the chips fall? But WWE actually posted a Cody Kevin promo from SmackDown on YouTube. They titled it "Cody Rhodes Challenges Kevin" at Saturday night's main event, says Trent270. Jarrett said, Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley feud is dead. Need to go ahead and put the title back on Rhea, said Jarrett. Day's surprising news was that Tommy Toy Travels made his long-awaited return. He streamed the pre-show, but he would have been better streaming paint drying for an hour. Oh, right, so he actually came back, did he? Oh, very good. But Kim Shane said, I love Metal and Jacked. The mid-carders got a run out. I found them more interesting than the big stars. Headbangers against the Truth Commission or D'Lo Brown against Droz. Kian said, I'm so excited for War Games next week. Obviously, I'm excited that Christmas is less than 4 weeks away now. I'm in Marvel and Disney excitement. I'm looking forward to tonight's stream, and I hope things are well. Well, yes, I do need to apologize, obviously, for yesterday. Just on that subject, I've mentioned it in Unseen. My hands were completely tied. There was nothing I could do. The stream, we were doing exactly this, and it just went. It just died. It just went, and it did not come back for hours and hours and hours. Rarely do I get that. It's really not a thing that happens that often. If you think about how much we stream, it's not something that happens often, but so frustrating that it happened yesterday, because obviously it was at a strange time, and, you know, we took a chance. We were like, yeah, okay, let's do it. It's last minute thing. So we agreed to do it. So I sort of like stayed up, and I know some of you got up early, and oh man, I was so annoyed. I was so annoyed that I ordered Starlink, as I said. So that's like £300 for the dish. I think it's like £80 for the wall mount. Then you've got like these administration fees, right? I mean, the thing came to like nearly £500. About, well, I think it was £470 when everything was all said and done. So £470. Then it's £75 a month for the actual, you know, using it. It takes like a week or two to arrive, so I don't have it yet. But my hope is that, see, the problem I've got is that my routers, both of them, are 5G. My phone is 5G, so everything connects to the same local mast. And I think what happened yesterday is the mast had an issue. And if the mast has an issue, every option I've got is dead. Both of my routers were getting like 0.3 upload speeds, which is basically close to non-existent. My phone was getting about the same. There was no internet to be found for me. It's always annoying because normally when the streams crash, my download speed, I can normally still get like a couple of meg, which is enough to like send a typed message, something like that. It's enough to do a bit of browsing on the internet, right? You can do that with a couple of meg, but you can't stream. Well, and also that's my download speed, not my upload speed. I need upload to stream. Upload is always lower than download, and yeah, I think yesterday I was getting like 2 meg download, 0.3 upload. So, you know, the good thing is I was able to put the odd message up saying, guys, I'm working on it, blah, blah, blah. And then I sent a message saying, sorry, guys, it's just not come back. And it didn't come back for hours and hours and hours. So, yeah, I said yesterday, a big thank you to everyone. I'm not saying this to encourage donations. Don't donate, right? I'm just saying, I'm explaining where the donations people have sent have gone. Because, yes, the Estonia fund is now empty. Everything's now flipping empty. All the little kind of money that I put aside, save up from the donations, like, has gone into that now. And, you know, gone into the £75 a month every month to keep it going. But it does give me an actual alternative now. So now if the mass goes down like yesterday, well, I've got Skylink. And that's a completely different setup. So hopefully that won't be interrupted, so we will be able to, if we do go down, come back, you know. I can't stop the mass going down, and I can't stop Skylink not working, but hopefully both don't happen at the same time, because that would be really unfortunate, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Imagine if my 5G local mast has a fault, and at the exact same time, for some reason, Skylink's not working as well. I mean, I'm dead in the water again then, but there's really not much I can do. So I am trying. I was very annoyed about yesterday, and I'm sure many of you are not pleased. But yeah, let's see kind of where that gets us, shall we say. Yeah, very good. Pleased that we've got a solution. It's a big problem, and well, it's not a big problem because it doesn't happen that often, but when it does happen, it's so infuriating. I cannot begin to tell you. It's like being the owner of a hotel and the front door is stuck closed. Like, you're set up, you are ready. There's people outside waiting to come in, and you can't open the door. That's the only way I can explain it. Like, I'm here, we're set up, we're ready to stream, we're ready to have chats and conversations about wrestling. It's just the internet ain't working. You're here, I'm here. Oh, God, it's so infuriating. So, I'm pleased that we were able to find some flipping solution. Jay said, lucky I live in an apartment that's got 1 gigabyte hyper optic internet. Get about 900 down and 900 up. Oh my God. JB, shout out to you. I'd kill for that. The problem is I live in the countryside, and so in a rural area it's classed as, right? And so as a result, like, they've not done the boxes round by us. So we do have like broadband, but it's not like fiber optic and all that stuff, right? So the speed that we get in our house from just our broadband, I think we get about 13 meg download, and it's about 1 to 2 upload. On very rare occasions, if I drop the settings all the way down, right, to like 240p, if I drop the settings all the way down, I can use my broadband in my house to stream. I did check it yesterday, and it was not even as that high. It was 0 point something, and I can't do anything with that. I can't stream on 0 point something. It's not enough. So even that wasn't a flipping option yesterday. But normally it's like 1 to 2, and I have done streams where I've had to use that. So the solution is you buy a 5G router box that connects to the mobile phone mast, and it's basically like a mobile phone. It's basically like a mobile phone. It just doesn't have buttons to dial out. You just connect to it for the Wi-Fi, and so it's just like your Wi-Fi on your mobile phone. So I have 2 of those boxes and my mobile phone. So I've got 3 different devices that I could connect to, 4 if I include the home broadband. So I've got lots of routers I can switch between. But the problem is, if the local mass goes down, it kills 3 of them. And the other one's rubbish. So that's the situation I live in. So this is where Skylink, I'm hoping, is going to help. Even Skylink, I looked at the numbers. It's going to be around 100 download, which is good. Really good. But that's about the same as I get on my phone normally. And about 20 upload. So, I mean, you roll it in with your 900 download, 900 upload. That is so beyond anything I can get that it's like you're living in a different world. So, JB, I need you to know I am furious and jealous. Starlink will be worth it for the stream, 100%, said Metal Mama. Fair play for investing in Starlink. No more wobbles for that price, said JB. Well, hopefully not. I mean, hopefully, I don't know how reliable it is. I mean, all I know is they guarantee internet in rural areas. They give you a chart that shows you roughly the speed you can expect. As long as I'm getting about 5 meg upload, I'm happy. But they're saying it'll be about 20. And so as long as it's consistent and, you know, we're not going to experience any wobbles, then yes, it'll be worth every penny. Absolutely. And the great thing is, even if it does go down, I have a completely different alternative, which would be the local mast, the 5G, which is a completely different system, obviously. So that is a completely different alternative. So it would have to be a real nightmare scenario now for both Skylink or Starlink or whatever, and flipping the 5G thing to go down. So yeah, hopefully that resolves that, but let's just see. Metal Mama said, I pay $100 a month for the internet. Really? I don't have Starlink. I have Neidhart Netgear. Oh, that is great. Isn't that like Wi-Fi 7 and all of this? That's like the new Wi-Fi connection, isn't it? So they keep coming out with like updated Wi-Fis, and I think we're up to 7. I might even be at 8 now. I'm not sure. I know that I've got this this one. This is, I don't know if you, I don't even think it will reach. Won't even reach. But I've got a little internet kind of receiver over here that's Netgear. And that's Wi-Fi 6. So that's outdated now. But yeah, I wanted to get like the latest. And at the time, about, you know, I think it was only about 10 months ago, that was the latest. But I think we're up to 7 now. So it might 8 might be out there somewhere. So yeah, I know, like, I look into this kind of stuff. When you have internet problems, this is the kind of stuff that you do have to unfortunately look into. So, Neidhart Netgear Rax 300. I don't actually know that off the top of my head what that looks like, but I know that they're excellent devices. Definitely worth it. But don't use Spectrum. They're garbage. Melissa said, what would you say is the hardest part of streaming? Maybe a streaming marathon is in the books. Hardest part of streaming. Well, I mean, I suppose the fact that it just destroys your social life. Actually doing streaming, I mean, I think if you're not a person, I mean, you all know that I can talk and talk and talk. I mean, I can talk to a fault, right? I'm actually not a very talkative person in real life, but if you get me on a topic, I love, like, going in depth in things. I love, like, exploring them, right? And so that's something I enjoy doing. But in my day-to-day life, I wouldn't do that. If someone says hello, I don't go, hello, how are you? Did you hear about what happened? Blah, blah, you know, I'm not that way. So I'm actually, you know, I'm not shy or anything, but I'm not a massive talking person, like, out and about. But it's like here where there's questions and we're chucking theories around and, you know, we're talking wrestling and, you know, there's always stuff going on in wrestling that you can always have lengthy conversations about them. I'm very comfortable doing that. Some people aren't. And I think if you're not that way inclined, I think you would find this very difficult, because one thing that can kill streaming and kill a stream is, you know, extended periods of silence. And, you know, I really do talk quite a bit. I mean, I feel, apart from like where we're having to listen to promos during the shows, I feel pretty good. You could go to a random stream, click on it, and I would be probably talking, right? I kind of pride myself on the sense of I don't just sit here and just watch the show and just say the odd thing. Like, you know, we're commentating a lot, we're talking a lot, like we're constantly engaging, if you will, or at least we're trying to. And I've been doing it so long now, I don't even really think about it. I just talk. actually extended periods of silence makes me now a bit uncomfortable. Like there is an alarm that goes off in my head. I suppose like on a radio station, if there's an extended period of silence, they have some sort of built-in alarm or something, like it's been 30 seconds, there's been no sound, right? There's like an alarm to let you know something's not right. I kind of feel like I have that built into my head now. So I don't find that a challenge in the slightest. Some people might. So no, none of that's a problem. I'm trying to think about like any times that things have kicked off with the chat, which to be honest, I can't even really think of that many examples of that happening. I think the mods do a fantastic job. Every time I read a point, it always tends to be constructive. And, you know, even if people aren't agreeing with what I'm saying, it's like, you know, I see where you're coming from, but I think this is the thing that, like, it always feels very constructive. And yeah, I don't know. I think we've avoided trolls and all of that. I mean, maybe part of what makes streaming hard is where people are coming in saying like you suck and all this kind of, but we just don't get that, do we? We don't see that. So I've really experienced much of that. So really, the only answer I can think is like what it does to your social life. Like I stream a lot, and so meeting up with friends can be challenging. You know, every Saturday night we tend to do something. We actually didn't this week because UFC was on earlier in the day, and we tried to do Survivor Series 2022, and obviously everyone knows we had internet issues. But I would say outside of like having to be here for Raw, NXT, SmackDown, we could do AEW, of course, on a Wednesday. We could have done AEW last night, which, you know, would have took up more time. Now here we are doing Survivor Series. Next weekend, we've got Survivor Series 2024. We've got, I think on Thursday, I'm going to have a look at doing Misfits boxing on Thursday. You know, I kind of feel like if you're doing this, you have to do this. There's so many people that do watch-alongs for wrestling now. Like, it's really exploded. I think thanks in part to the rise of TikTok and Twitch and all of this, right? You know, no longer is it only YouTube, but even on YouTube, I'm sure, like, there's been an increase. Obviously, I don't really know because I don't watch, because I'm always streaming, but I just see lots of different faces doing, like, reaction clips, and I'm sure they're coming from streams, right? So it's a much more competitive market now. So actually, I'd say one of the challenges is standing out, is in what feels like it's an ever crowded kind of marketplace. I would say one of the challenges would be building a community, standing out, getting seen. If you're new, I think you can still do it but you've got to stand out. You're going to have to do something that makes you stand out. And that's hard, isn't it? That's hard. Honestly, in my head, I was like, maybe if someone had a character and had a wacky persona, I mean, that would make them stand out in a field of just people, you know? You've got like someone, some character doing a watch-along. That would make someone stand out. But unless you're willing to go to those kind of lengths, I think it's going to be very difficult because it's a very crowded market now. So those, I'd say, are a few issues with streaming. Hits to your social life, trying to get started, trying to build a community, potentially trolls, but I've not encountered it. But there's loads of positives as well. And for me, the positives outweigh the negatives. Papa Croc said, I appreciate how dedicated you are. Finding the streams last year has made wrestling so much more enjoyable, says Poppy Crocs. Well, Poppy Crocs, I really appreciate it as well, my friends, because as much as people love being a part of the community and joining us for streams, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here and talking to you guys. Because, you know, as I said, I'm in the countryside, so for me, there's like not loads of options for going out. I mean, if I lived in a city and my mates were calling me all the time, you know, maybe that would be even harder. But the truth is, I'm in the countryside. I'm away from really, you know, where all my friends are. And the sad truth is that, you know, a lot of my friends have families now and they just don't go out as much anymore. And you do find that as you get older. A lot of people you used to hang around with when you were younger, well, they've settled down now and they've you know, got new lives and different lives, and I think there is a bit of sort of drifting apart, if you will. They're still friends. If I was still in a mess, or they were in a mess, I could call them, they could call me. But actually, like, having people calling me each weekend, are you coming out? Are you coming out? That's not really a thing anymore when you turn into being a boomer. So I suppose in a way I'm kind of fortunate in that regard, but also I suppose not really that fortunate. So yeah, I mean, this is why for me it's a pleasure to stream. I love wrestling. I love doing this, and I love, like, you know, kind of people say they go to work, they do all this stuff, and then they just want to unwind. They just want to forget about what's going on, or they just want to switch off and just focus on, like, wrestling and what's happening in the wrestling worlds. And if we can provide a place for that, and I know there's many places that do, but if we can provide a place for that, then it's a pleasure for me to do that. So yeah, it's not you that should thank me. It's most definitely me that should thank you. K-Dub said, some streams are awkward because there's not much talking and chat comments. It feels like I'm watching someone watch a show like a pervert. Well, more than usual, says K-Dub. Well, again, I can't comment on other streams. That's for them to work out, like, you know, whatever they need to work out. I know that was something which, to be perfectly truthful, it's easy when you've got a lot of people around, but when you first start, you don't, and it is hard. It is really difficult. If you stream and you have, just say, 5-6 people in the chat, it's easy for me because there's always people asking questions. There's always people sharing theories. You know, I'll go to the chat, and I've said this before, people always say, how do you like read comments? Like, what makes you read certain comments? First of all, I never read the name of the person who's the comment, right? Unless I'm specifically looking. Maybe I'm in a conversation with, say, Metal Mama or James or Kapata or K-Dub or whatever. I'm looking for their response, right? That's the only time I'll actually ever look for a person's name. So whoever has written the comment, I don't look for that. I genuinely look for bigger comments, is the honest answer. Because normally a bigger comment is providing a theory, a question, they're backing it up with something, right? A shorter comment normally is like a little throwaway line or something. And I don't know that I can work with that. I don't know how much I'll be able to respond to that. I mean, you know, it might be a question of who's the greatest wrestler ever. It doesn't really need to be that long. Of course, that person can provide their answer, which would make it longer. But I tend to look for that because it gives me more to work with, is the truth, right? So I'm never interested about who sends in stuff. I always tend to look for longer messages. In regards to having, like, you know, a bigger community, it makes that easier because I can go down now and I'm sure I'll find something that we can bounce off and we can talk about. If you've only got 5 or 6 people in the chat moves so slow. And you might have a lot of people just saying, hi, John, hi, Bill, hi, Billy Bob. And, like, as the person sat here, there's nothing for you to work off, right? You're having to do a lot more work there of now, not only are you answering the questions, you're even now having to set the questions, right? You're now having to ask people in the chat what their thoughts are of, okay, guys, let's do this, shall we? What's your favorite? That's harder. That's a lot harder. Because now you're not only having to answer questions, you're having to think about questions, you're having to engage the crowd in that way, and it's a lot more difficult. So I would, you know, again, just going back to, you know, what are the challenges of streaming, thinking back to when you first start, that is a challenge. That is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. So, yeah, I mean, look, I would just say everyone has to go through that. Everyone has to learn and, like, you know, find what's right for them and what's right for their community. And what's right for one community might not be right for other communities. Some people might not like so much opinion. They might just want a channel that tells them what's happening, and that is it. I don't need opinion. I just want to know what's happening. Some places might want to really get stuck in. Some people might hate WWE, so they want to watch along where it is hate watching, right? Some people might love WWE and they just can't cope with criticism and they just want everything to be brilliant, right? oh God, this person's great, that person's great, oh my God, they're killing this, oh, that's brilliant, right? Some people might want that. Some people might want the opposite. Some people might want in the middle. Some people might want just what's happening on the show and no opinion whatsoever, right? Not everything's going to be one size fits all. So people have got to find their own way, you know? And I don't know what's out there. I don't know what the different styles are, but I wish people the best. Of course, it's very not difficult. It can be difficult if you make it difficult, but time consuming. It's a lot to give to do it again and again and again, day after. Certainly, if you're doing it right, you know. I mean, like, for example, we're still an hour and 4 minutes away from the show starting. Maybe I don't need to do that, but I do really enjoy this time where I'm talking to you guys. We could have just rocked up and done Survivor Series, but to be honest, the main part of tonight's stream that I was looking forward to was this bit right here, where we take some questions, have a general chit-chat. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is genuinely one of my favorite parts of what we do. Kelly, are they charging you fees? This is why I do not use banks. I hate banks, says Kelly, the wise lady. Chris says, I want to say thanks. I found it when I moved from my busy life to more normal, if there is such a thing. Moving out of the city was the best thing. Well, Chris, shout out to you. Yeah, city life is not for everyone. I miss it, to be honest. I've always enjoyed city living. I think that it's not for everyone, but I think when you're in the countryside and there's really not a great deal to do, like, you do kind of think like, oh, it would be good if there was a bit of hustle and bustle, you know? But then with hustle and bustle comes, you know, aggro problems, you know, increased violence and all of that, you know? Like, you go out to get some food, whatever, you know, you're probably going to be seeing, like, some stuff go down. There's probably going to be incidents and stuff, you know, whereas here, I mean, there's just no one around. There's just no one around. I got a few houses down there. If I went, like for a 5-minute walk down the road, I would get to a pretty major road where there's quite cars going by all the time. But that's like a 5-minute walk. Actually, on this road that I live, very quiet. I could go walk the dog most days and not see anyone. There are cars that come down this road, though, because this road is a bit of a cut through. You can actually go down this road to get to another major road, which is, you know, about another 5-minute, probably about an 8-minute walk, actually. 8-minute walk that way takes me to a major road. 5-minute walk that way takes me to a major road. But in between is just fields. And so kind of got a few other houses around, and that's about it, really. So around here, like, it's very, very quiet. And I think when it's, like, quiet so much, you do miss the hustle and bustle. But then if I was in the city and it was nothing but hustle and bustle, I know I would want the quiet. So, yeah, it's you can never quite win, really. I need the best of both worlds. When is the couch going to make a return, said Trent. Yeah, no couch return. That was very, well, it wasn't uncomfortable, but the thing with the couch was it was a short-term solution. That's how we streamed in the early days. I was always sitting on the edge of that thing. I could never, like, properly sit back. So, you know, I used to have my back against, like, I think it was a couple of pillows I used to just have, which, as you can imagine, for posture is not great. And so I never really found myself, like, really uncomfortable, but I always knew that I was, like, not doing my back or my posture any good whatsoever. I was always perched on the edge of a sofa, on the edge of a couch. So, yeah, I've got to say those days aren't coming back because it's just not brilliant for me, to be honest. So, yeah, I probably need a new chair as well. This one's starting to fall apart. But, yeah, very good. Days, is there a piece of hair reveal? There is a little piece of hair reveal. It's just popped out to make this stream even more special. Well, it's quite long hair, actually. Look at that. Jeez, it's like I've only got one little bit of hair. Look at that. Oh my god. I do have other hair. Look. There we go. Some people don't think I have hair. I do have hair. It's just I can't be bothered to deal with it. I have to put product in it to actually, like, you know, make it stand up, look all right. Can't be bothered. So I just literally put a hat on. Right, Days, this was the first ever pay-per-view I had on video. I watched it about 1,000 times growing up, said Wrestle with Andy. Yes, I did not get this one first. My first video was WrestleMania 5, but WrestleMania Survivor Series 1990 is a real fun one. You're kind of is this still, would you say, the peak? Probably, of Hulkamania. I always think, like, Hulkamania was alive and well. He passed the torch over to Warrior because he was going to go off and do some filming. Warrior was really exciting as well. So, obviously, in 1990, we get WrestleMania 6. I think Warrior's the champion at this time as a result. And so, I feel like things are still, like, really cooking. We haven't got to quite the Sergeant Slaughter. I think Slaughter's on this show, but we haven't quite got yet to the whole thing with him and Hogan, and you know, that was very controversial because in 1991 you've got the Gulf War, and well, people know. So I think WrestleMania 7 is not very well received. I don't think they appreciated telling that story when there was an actual war that was going on. So we haven't quite got there yet. I think things are still, you know, Hulkamania is still chugging along quite nicely. I always think that it's around 91 and that Sergeant Slaughter story where things start to sour. You know, things start to go off the rails a little bit. And then, you know, it's around this time we're hitting the steroid trial. It's kind of like, I feel like we're in the good times right now, but the bad times are really not that far away, where we're going to start hitting a wobble with Hulkamania. And you know, Hulkamania, I don't know that people really knew at the time it was kind of struggling here. I mean, this is the end of 1990. By mid-93 he's gone from WWE. So, you know, he's really not around all that much longer after this. So, yeah, I'd say things are still cooking pretty well here. And I don't know the buy rate for this. I think, is there attendance was 16,000. I've got the Wikipedia page here. I don't know what the buy rate for this event was. I don't think it would have done any great shakes, to be honest. It was obviously a pay-per-view that they had, but it was not SummerSlam or WrestleMania. So, no, it doesn't have buy rate information. I wonder if I can Google search it. Buy rate for Survivor Series 1990. How did it do? There isn't much info about the buy rate for Survivor Series. Wow. Wrestle Talk have got a list of all the buy rates. They've got it at 400,000 buys. Do you know what's really interesting? 400,000 buys. That's 100,000 more than what Survivor Series 1991 would do. It's 150,000 more than Survivor Series 1992 would do. It's 220,000 more than what Survivor Series 1990 would do. So you can see very much we are, you know, at the start of a decline here. Because 400,000 for this one. Next one is 300,000. Then it goes to 250. Then it goes to 180. 1994 does get to 254. 254. Oh my God. 1995 does 128,000. Oh my God. 1990 Survivor Series, 400,000 buys. 1995, 128,000. That's rock bottom. That is rock bottom, because then we do start to see it climbing as we bounce from that. So 95 is where we really crash. In fact, here's another fun fact. In 1995, not a single PLE manages to get 400,000 buys, which was the number that this show got. Not a single one of their shows. Rumble, 225. WrestleMania, 340. In Your House, the first one, 332. That's mental. That's mental. In Your House, did only 8,000 less buys than WrestleMania. That's mental. Then 150 for King of the Ring, 280 for In Your House 2, 205 for SummerSlam, 205 for SummerSlam, 95, 175 for In Your House, 100 for In Your House, 128 for Survivor Series, 80,000 for In Your House 5. Oh my God. How did they go from 332,000 for the first In Your House, and by the end of the year, they're hitting 80,000? Yeah, it's bad. 95's really bad. So, yeah, this really feels like, you know, we're at the start of the decline. Do you know what? I don't know if I've ever really sat down and really got stuck into the buys before. It's really interesting. Really interesting. WrestleMania 9 did 430. WrestleMania 8, 390. WrestleMania 8 did less buys than this show. WrestleMania 7 did the exact same number. I mean, it's not an exact number, but both did 400,000. It's going to be rounded, you know. It's going to be an estimate, you know. Wow. Wow. It goes up to 2014. And then, of course, we don't get information because the network comes along. So we don't actually get numbers anymore, which is a real shame. But we do have all the numbers for pay-per-view buys from 1985, WrestleMania 1. There's no info on that. Wrestling Classic did 47,000 buys in 1985. WrestleMania 2, 250,000. WrestleMania 3 did the same number as buys as this, 400,000. I could get stuck into that, but I'm not sure it's a very interesting conversation. I probably should have shown it on screen, shouldn't I? But I am very bad at this. Matt Carney, shout out to you. Refresh, repeat. I find I get stuck on past joys instead of making space for new ones. How do you make space for both past and present excitement? I think it depends as what it is, doesn't it? You know, I mean, there are new things that come into my life that I've never kind of encountered before that I appreciate, and I think there's not really a thought process to it. It's just if it speaks to you. You might not know that it speaks to you if you've never really encountered it before. An example I'm thinking isn't wrestling, actually, but I saw this film which really blew my mind. I spoke about it on the Wrestling Escape Pods. It really blew my mind. And it was performance art. And it was a woman called Marina Arnautovic, I believe her name is. And the DVD is called The Artist is Present. And it's all about her and her art and what she did and the impact that it had. And I mean, I've never really counted myself as being an art person. I don't go to art galleries. I don't keep up with what's going on in the art world. So for me, like, I didn't know that this was going to kind of resonate with me the way that it did. But I was so blown away by it that it has now made me look at other pieces to see if that kind of blows my mind. So I don't think you can kind of really put like anything down in regards to, well, this is what I do to stay open-minded. I suppose it's just, are you an open-minded person? Are you trying new things? You know, there's people out there that claim they don't like certain foods, but they've never tried them. And so, you know, I'd say that's an example of someone that is maybe not open-minded. And so they might struggle to get new experiences. And there is a lot of people that play stuff safe, you know, to take it to racism, right? If you look at like what the British National Party are shouting about, they tend to want to keep England the way that England was in their youth. They tend to want the little corner shop and the fish and chip shop and the little local pub, and you know, they don't want things to change. So when there's other cultures that come in that bring their culture, you know, so like they open up like a different restaurant, maybe a Cantonese restaurant, maybe the local barber's closes down, it becomes a Turkish barber, right? Maybe the local pub closes down, it becomes an Indian takeaway, or it becomes like Cantonese or whatever. Maybe the corner shop closes down, it's Indian run now, right? Or it's a Polish shop or whatever. And, you know, this is, I think, what can like upset certain people, is that they have their way of life, and their way of life becomes challenged, changed, and so they don't like it. They want things to stay as they were, and so this is where you end up getting a lot of this English Defence League, British National Party, things along those lines, right? And so I mean, I'm someone that's quite, I like to think of myself as quite open-minded. I don't agree with their views, by the way, obviously. And I like to think of myself as quite open-minded. And I kind of like, you know, trying new things and trying different experiences. But, you know, which is why I tried that documentary. And it was so impactful. I mean, just to quickly tell you what it is. It's a woman who basically, she has been doing art, like performance art, lots of different pieces for like 30 odd years. You would go to the gallery to see footage of her art, right? And she did lots of different pieces involving her body and all this kind of stuff, right? And so you would walk around and you'd see like video clips from the past. You would see different objects that she used in her art in the past, and you'd go around and it would be like an exhibition of like, you know, what she's done in her career. And then in the very final room, she is there, and she's sat in this lovely red dress. She was sat in this chair, right, in this room. She was there. The artist is present. And so you actually kind of feel a real connection with her, because you understand her through her life's work. And then she's there at the end. And what she allowed people to do, you needed to get a ticket, obviously, because there were so many people that went along to this exhibition. So you needed to get a ticket. If you was lucky enough to get a ticket, opposite her was a chair. And you was allowed to, for however long you wanted. Obviously, if it went too long, they came and just had a word. But really, it was a connection where you could sit opposite her. You didn't touch her. You didn't say a word. She would look at you. You would look at her. And it was just a real moment of connection where she connected with you. You connected with her. And, you know, there was people that were sat opposite her that were looking a bit confused. They were trying to figure out what they were meant to get from this moment, right? Like, what is this? What does this mean? What am I trying to get from you? What are you trying to get from me? Like, you could tell there was people that are like trying to figure this out. But then there's other people that I think have been through her room and seen her work that are just completely overcome by the fact that she is now giving them her time, because she's sat in front of them. And, you know, she was looking amazing and everything. And she was like leaning forward. She was looking at you in the eyes, and she was giving you her attention. People were just completely bawling their eyes out. They were breaking down. They just couldn't, you know, they just couldn't cope with it. And you were getting all these different emotions. There was a young lad, actually, who sat opposite her. And I don't know that he quite knew what to make of it. But he was sat opposite her, and then he got up and he left. And he went over, and his mom just burst into tears. His mom, because I think his mom knew that he'd just had an experience, a very special experience. Only so many people got an opportunity to do it. And so she knew that, like, this was something he could talk about, like, for the rest of his life, that he'd had this experience. There's an image of Bjork, the singer. She did it. She sat opposite this artist and had that connection. And, like, people were getting different things from it. It's a brilliant DVD. There's a moment where her ex-lover arrives, and for the first time, I don't know if it was the only time, she actually reaches out and for him to put his hands in her hands, and they do, and everyone watching starts applauding. It's just so good. so good. There's so much going on so many different levels. So I think like watching that really blew my mind. So I was like, wow, this is so impactful. Like, I feel like this is touching on some real deep stuff and like some really interesting themes. I would really recommend watching it. It was called The Artist is Present. And I think you've just got to be open-minded, haven't you? What I would say, though, is I do know the lines that I don't like being crossed. If we want to just get it back to wrestling, you know, I know that I'm not a fan of intergender wrestling. I know I'm not a fan of that. Like, the concept of that, you know, I'm going to struggle with that. I'm going to struggle with, like, supernatural stuff in wrestling as well. I come from a time where I grew up thinking what I was watching was real. And, you know, people always like to throw The Undertaker, like, how can you say that when The Undertaker was around? But I can't stress it enough. Every time The Undertaker did something, I always, as a kid, could see through it, and it felt to me like he was playing mind games. People always talk about Royal Rumble 94, but my response to that is, well, when you see The Undertaker being took up to heaven, you can see the cables connected to that person. In my mind, even as a kid, even when I was young, I watched that. At no point did I believe that was The Undertaker's actual soul. Don't forget, I suppose I'm looking at it from a very weird perspective, because I believed what I was watching was real. So if you present me with something like The Undertaker's soul going to heaven, well, I'm going to look at that through the eyes of a kid who thinks everything he's watching is real. I'm going to analyze that, and I'm going to find what I think is the answer to it, right? As an adult now, you can say, well, the answer was they were trying to show The Undertaker's soul was going to heaven. But as a kid, I could see the cords holding the guy. I knew The Undertaker was in that coffin, and I knew the person I was seeing being raised up was not The Undertaker, and I could see how he was being raised up. In my mind, there was nothing supernatural about that moment, even as a kid. And that kind of thought process went with all of The Undertaker's kind of bits and bobs throughout his career. So, like, for me, like, the supernatural stuff, it wasn't something that I massively encountered as I was watching wrestling. And so when we do supernatural stuff, you know, stuff that just can't be explained, you know, like, I do struggle with it. And it is something which I just can't quite vibe with, because for me, I started watching wrestling believing in what I was watching. And then, of course, when you find out that that's not the case, it doesn't mean now that, well, we can do anything now. That it doesn't mean that to me. This is, you hear a lot of old school wrestlers getting upset at the notion of, like, you know, hypnosis and all this kind of stuff. You know, there's, like, you know, where you get a lot of this kind of crazy stuff on the indie scene, and you get a lot of outrage to it. Wrestling means different things to different people. I feel like I definitely have some parameters that wrestling for me operates in. But the truth is, not everyone has those parameters, you know? Not everyone has those. To some people, they like wrestling to be just anything. Just entertain me, that's it. Just as long as I'm entertained, that's all I'm looking for. Whereas I do like a bit of structure. I do like to have some parameters. I think it breeds creativity as well. I think if you allow anything, I don't know, like, that's the best environment for creativity. Because if you can just do anything, then does anything actually matter? What if you have to operate within the confines of a structure? Then I feel like you're having to operate within a certain parameter of rules. I think that is harder to do, and I think it results in some more creative solutions. But that's a whole different conversation, and not one we need to have right now. But Matt, as always, great question, dude. Really appreciate it. And I think it just comes down to people and their perspectives. But Melissa said, what would you say is the hardest part of streaming? We answered that, buds. Maybe a streaming marathon is in the books. No, I'm not really interested. That's streaming for the sake of streaming. And you know, that's not something that I'm really looking to do, because we talk wrestling, and and we can talk wrestling. But to set a goal of like, let's do 26, like that becomes the focus. That you're doing it for that reason. I stream to talk about wrestling. I don't stream to try and hit a certain mark of like I'm going to do it for 26 hours. You know, so that's not something that's ever really spoken to me or appealed to me, or I'm not motivated by that. I'm not motivated to see if I can do that. Because that's not why I do this. I don't do this as like an endurance challenge. I do this because I enjoy talking to people. And so, yeah, I'd much rather just do what we do rather than like, oh, let's go 26 hours, you know. Metal Mama said, that's where I differ. I wish I had. No way in hell my 18-year-old mom was turning that shiz on. She had no dad around me. You can't get away from Packers. I feel like I've walked in halfway into a conversation there, Metal Mama. Suzanne said, Days, Taker had a bad back after that Yokozuna match. They made him disappear for a while. However, they got Leslie Nielsen and George Kennedy to do a Ware's Undertaker case. They did. And they brought him back at SummerSlam and they did Undertaker, which is funny because I've had that thrown at me as well. That, oh, how did they do Undertaker? But if you actually watch that feud, you already know the answer. One of them was fake. and it was part of that story as well. James said, Days, last night during Full Gear's pre-show, I tweeted, Deonna deserves better than this shiz. Hashtag AEW Full Gear. I did not tag her, and she liked it. So did Macklin. Oh, well done, James. Congrats. It's always good when people hear, like, back from wrestlers. I know it means... I don't care. It's not something I look for. I never tag wrestlers in stuff because I'm not looking for... I don't care that they see what I say. In fact, I actively don't want them to, if I'm being honest. I kind of feel like I hope we're constructive, right? Sometimes we're cheeky, right? Because, of course, you know, we're trying to entertain, we're trying to have fun, we're trying to have a laugh. Sometimes we're cheeky, but it always comes from a good place. And if we are critical, hopefully we're constructive, right? I don't need the wrestlers to see what I'm saying. I'm not looking for the wrestlers to see what we're saying because nothing's going to change, right? Nothing's going to change. It's not like they don't know. Like, they get enough people telling them their opinions. They don't need to hear what we're saying, right? So for me personally, I don't like look to tag wrestlers in stuff. But I know that there's people out there that really feel like real strong connections with the wrestlers, and they want to, like, you know, send messages. And that's a great one from James, where he's like, you deserve better. I mean, that's a great message. So, I mean, she will have really appreciated that. So that's a great one, you know. But you know, if for example, if ever we say, oh, someone's struggling with a promo, and then someone goes and takes the clip and tags the wrestler in, like, for me, that's just a bit of a douche move, to be honest. Because that wrestler doesn't need to see that. I feel like we need to say it if we're being honest about, you know, what we're seeing, but the wrestler doesn't need to see it. So, yeah, I don't tag the wrestlers in bits and bobs. I think they've got, in my mind, they've got their worlds. I've got my worlds. I don't need the two to mix. But it is lovely for you guys to, you know, send fan art, send nice messages, praise, but whatever it might be. And to actually get follows and likes and retweets. And we've been putting that into Unseen, and I think it's been a popular part of Unseen. I know the people featured appreciate it. And I think also it shows that you can get likes and follows and retweets from wrestlers if you get your messaging right. So, yeah, that was nice, James. I'm sure she really appreciated it. Days, WWE have tweeted that they're posting a behind the scenes of CM Punk's return last year at 10 a.m. Eastern. Very good. I think we've seen... I mean, I don't know if we've seen everything, but there was some footage that came out not long ago that showed him in a car. He then got took into a room. He signed the contract. We see him sign the contract. We see him bump into Bailey. Bailey said, I knew it. I knew it. We see him in Gorilla. Basically, he's literally just gets into Gorilla. His music hits, and he's like, what am I doing? And Triple H is like, just go out to the cage. right? And CM Punk's like, the cage. And Triple H is like, no, in the entranceway, there's 2 cages. Go to those, not the main cage, right? That's what happens in Gorilla when CM Punk comes back. And so he comes walking out, and he's in the entranceway, and the place is going bananas. They're getting all the shots they need. But there is this moment where he, for a brief moment, thought he had to walk to the actual cage. So we have seen that footage, actually. I don't know where that was. We featured it in Unseen. I would have definitely put that in Unseen. So I'm not sure where that came from. So I don't know if there's more to it than that. So that could be quite interesting. See what comes out of that. James said, Deonna, the hometown girl last night, relegated to a 0 hour in front of no fans. She lost to Anna Jay. It really annoyed me. Word of Wrestling said Logan Paul should face the mirror, take a good hard look, and retire. Speaking of praising, do you remember, people, Carrion is the bad guy? Follow the buzzards, says Nathan. He's cheeky, isn't he? He's really cheeky, Carrion. He is doing a great job of, where if you've got a theory that like connects Carrion to the Wyatt Six, he will be like, you're starting to see the vision now. And like he's like agreeing with people and sending out like all of these messages of it's better the devil you know than the devils you don't, and all this. He's really getting into people's heads. It's very clever. It's very clever. It's a bit of a shame, really, that this is being sort of reviewed, explained by like us and these conversations, rather than why are the Wyatts not doing it? Why are the Wyatts not coming out and pointing out that he's doing this? That he is telling you what you want to hear. He is trying to get into your minds. He is trying to like corrupt, and you know, he's trying to basically steal like, you know, the focus, and he's trying to change the narrative and all of that, right? Why, I don't know why the Wyatts aren't coming out and doing that. I do think the way that they're getting their messages out is quite frustrating, to be perfectly honest. More people were talking about how Bo was looking like Bray than, you know, were actually responding to what's going on in this feuds. You've got Carrion coming out, responding to fans online, cutting some killer promos, and yet on the other side, everyone's like, oh my god, doesn't Bo look like Bray? And it's like, I don't know how relevant that is. I mean, they're brothers, and if he grows his hair, he's going to look like Bray, so great, but can we focus on the feud? Like, we need to respond to this. Do you know what I mean? They got tricked, they got played, they got murked, they brought the Miz in, they could have done anything they wanted to him. Uncle Howdy said to Miz, this was always about you, this was never about Final Testament. Could have done anything they wanted. And they let him go because he assured them he was changed. They believed him, and then they got played. So to me, like, that's not a great place for the Wyatts to be. They got tricked, they got duped, right? Now, they can't win every battle. That's a hell of a battle to lose. That's a hell of a battle to lose. That's a big battle to lose. Like, you had him in your hands. He lied to you, and you believed him. Even though you knew he was a liar. Even though you knew he was a snake in the grass, you'd already identified him as being corrupt. You knew this. You knew this. You brought him in, he lied to you again, and he made you look like a fool. And like, where's the responses? Where is the response from the Wyatt Six? Why are they not cutting like seething promos? Instead, we've, you know, more cryptic images and everything, you know. They got played. They should be livid. Bo should be livid. He should be livid. In my mind, he should be livid because he's been played. So I just find it a bit frustrating at the moment, to be honest. I think Carrion and Miz are making them look like fools. They're really making them look like fools. I don't know what this is doing to their aura at the moment. People seem to be more into Bo looking like Bray, and that seems to be the big talking point. But, like, storyline-wise, this is not going very well for them. So, I don't know what we do tomorrow. I'm really, really hoping it's a live Raw. I'm hoping that they do something to get, you know, a bit of momentum back. I'm hoping they do something that's going to really be like, oh, we're back. Because it feels, to be honest with you, it feels like we're down. It does feel like we're down. I feel like we got played. I feel like we're definitely losing this battle. I feel, you know, we kind of, if you're a Wyatt Six fan, we won the battle with American maids, but they don't give a flip afterwards. They don't give a flip. They're not scared. They're still running around being American maids. Surely if you face Uncle Howdy and the Wyatt Six, you should not want that smoke, and it should have an effect of some degree, right? But no after effect from that first feuds. Then we go into this feuds, and now, you know, they've been made to look stupid. We don't even see them that often, and they've been made to look stupid. And, you know, what's the response get? It's a good promo. In isolation, it's a great promo. What Bo did was great. I'm not down on it, but in isolation. But again, in the grand scheme of the story, we are down. We are definitely down, and we need a dub, really. I mean, I don't know kind of what Nikki has been teasing. I don't think anything's going to really come of that now. She put out another tweet today, which doesn't really suggest that it's going to lead anywhere. So where's all the Wyatt Six tweets gone? Where's all that gone? Why haven't they been on premium live events? Why has it took Alexa so long to come back? I mean, Alexa, okay, maybe there's been complications there. Word on the street was they were looking for SummerSlam, though, weren't they? That was the word on the street. That's what I was being told, was that they were looking for SummerSlam to be about when Alexa would come in. We're well past that now. Months and months and months past that now. So, very frustrating at the moment. I really love the Wyatt Six, and I think they've got a bright future, but you've got to get the booking right. And they can't win every battle, but that was a hell of a battle to lose. Hell of a battle to lose. To kidnap him, actually have him, and then get so deceived is, you know, that's a big loss. That feels like losing flipping D-Day. You know, there's some battles you don't want to lose. There's some battles you really do need to try and get a win in. Imagine if D-Day had gone wrong. It's not the end of the war, but it certainly ain't helping. So I really am looking for them to, come on, give me something. Give me something. I need something tomorrow from the Wyatt Six. We can talk about that more tomorrow. Right, Vic, shout out to you. Said I found a cool Austin 316 shirt and some WWE figures at the mall. They had Roman, Seth, Pretty Deadly, Ridge Holland, Jey Uso, even Ultimate Warrior. Today's and the community, here we go. What's your favorite WWE figures or merch? Do you know what? I went to America and I actually started getting, I don't have one to hand, the WWE Superstars figures. You can't get them, well, you can now actually. You can get them from Wrestling Shop, but you couldn't get them in the UK. But I was going to Walmart. I've always liked the look of these figures. They're not my favorite ever, but they're certainly my favorite at the moment. Can I just whoosh over to the other screen? It's not set up yet. Let's go move my notebook. Boom, here. So this is what they look like. It's in this kind of old school packaging, and then you get the figure. They're all old school figures, so you're not going to be getting like Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns. But, you know, I love Golden Era. And, you know, you're getting Doink, you're getting Hogan, you're getting Andre. They have got early Kurt Angle. They have got, like, Kane and early Undertaker, Big Boss Man, when he was in the blue. I much prefer that to Attitude Era Boss Man. Razor Ramon. You know, we're talking, like, late 80s, mid 90s, that kind of era, my kind of era. Old school packaging, lovely cloth goods, love these items, love these clothing. Everyone comes with like some sort of an item. You can see like Kurt comes with a fabric singlet. You can see that Tatanka has got his kind of traditional garb. So they all sort of come with something, right? Undertaker there comes with, and obviously they're a bit exaggerated, but even when you put his jacket on, it looks good, I think. It's a bit cartoony, it's a bit fun, but I think they look really good. I think they look really good. I think that boss man looks good. So I really like this series, so I started picking them up. So this is the series I'm engaged with at the moment, and actually, if I'd ever got around to putting the videos up, we do pick up some of these. But I never did get around to doing those videos. It's one of my big L's for 2024, right? So yeah, I'm really into these. They're not my favorite ever. I mean, if I think back merch-wise, I love different things. Like, I never had it as a kid, but they did make a bag that had a rubber snake in it. And so you could pretend to be Jake the Snake and like get the bag and chuck the snake out. Like, it's weird because it's not a t-shirt, it's not an action figure, but I think it's really cool. I love that. I loved like the wrestling buddies, the brawling buddies. They were amazing. I love those. To be honest, t-shirts don't do it for me. They don't do it for me. You wear a t-shirt, that's it. I mean, it's just a bit of clothing in my mind. So t-shirts have never really done it for me. Posters, you put them on a wall. You know, I used to have loads of them. It's hard to get excited about posters. Unless it's something really special, of course. You know, like WrestleMania 1 signed or whatever. But, you know, whatever. That kind of stuff. Most of the stuff, it's a lot of t-shirts in it in wrestling. T-shirts, figures, video games, that's the kind of stuff, right? But I love the stuff that operates outside of that. I love the quirky bits. You know, I've got a poster, not a poster, like a plaque that is of the Undertaker's last match. What was it called? What was his last match called? What was the WrestleMania 36 match, cinematic match called? That one, whatever it was. Him and AJ. Boneyard. Was it Boneyard? Boneyard match. And Boneyard match. And I got a bit of dirt from that actual match. So they actually gathered up, probably they didn't. It's probably just took from like outside the headquarters in Connecticut. But they claim it's actual dirt from the set of the Boneyard match. And I've actually got the plaquettes on my wall over there. It's got a little capsule and it's just got some dirt in it. And actually, someone said it was like one of the craziest, stupidest thing they ever sold. I love it. I think it's brilliant. Because if they're telling me the truth, it's like a bit of dirt from that match. It's, I suppose, in a way, not too different from having a bit of ring canvas from like a match. Loads of people have got that. So a bit of dirt from the actual set. That, you know, from the actual time they filmed it, you know? I appreciate I'm never going to be able to identify my exact piece of dirt that I've got, but equally, if you've got a bit of ring canvas, you ain't going to identify the bit of ring canvas that you've got, right? Maybe now you might, if, well, no, probably not. I was going to say, maybe now you might, now that they've got Prime on the thing, maybe you could have a look at it and try and piece it which one it is, but maybe not. Even I can't imagine there's a piece that's going to give a great deal away as to which piece you've got, you know, because they're always so small. But I do love quirky, different items, to be honest. They're always my my favourite. But yeah, the one that I always wish I'd had would be that Jake the Snake bag. I didn't even know it existed until years and years later, and then I saw an image of it, and I was like, oh god, that's so good. So good. I want to see what some other people have said. William said, I want to have sex with wrestlers. Those would be the memories that I have. I got myself a replica winged eagle for my 21st times 2 birthday. 21st times 2. Oh my god, that's so good. Yes. Trent said, have you still got the NXT UK belt? Well, I have. I mean, I've still got all the belts that were shown. They're just kind of tucked away up there. So yes, I do still have them. I don't have them out on display. That's a bit of a regret, to be honest. To be honest, I would probably be willing to like part ways and just get like a really nice winged eagle. I have a winged eagle, but it's a pretty cheap version. It's official, but it's going to be like when the replicas were not the highest of quality. It's old, actually. It's WWF. It's got WWF on it, and I do like that about it. You know, the replicas are so much better now, but they're so much more expensive. But the trade-off is that you can't have the WWF logo because obviously they're not allowed due to the lawsuit with the World Wildlife Fund. So mine is WWE. Mine's WWF, sorry. But the new ones are WWE. So even though it's not the greatest replica, but it's fine, does the job. It's not like a toy belt, it's a proper replica. But it's just back in the day, those replicas were not... They were not like the standard that they are now. So I would love to get like that, but that would be the trade-off. That would be the problem, really, is that you're not going to get like a good replica that's WWF. Kelly the Wise Lady said there are too many to mention. I want the Bray 6 one. I don't collect action figures. I would love a replica belt, but I don't think they sell anything Bray, lol. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Well, they did sell the Bray belt, of course. You can get the replica Bray Fiend Championship, and there must have been a Stone Cold commemorative belt. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but there must have been. They've done commemorative belts for flipping everyone. So there must have been a Stone Cold commemorative belt. But definitely there was the Bray Fiend one. Smurftoon said Boneyard match, thank you. James, Boneyard, thank you. I have got a Lily doll, said Kelly. Yes, I was not a big fan of Lily, but if you were, amazing, you know? That's the kind of thing I love. It's not a t-shirt, it's not a poster, it's not video games, it's not an action figure. I do love action figures, but they're widely available. There's so many of them. I do like those, you know, there's only one Lily doll that they've made. Like, that's a lot more specific. And, like, I really like that. To be honest, I really like things that... I like autographs. I like stuff like that. I've got quite a big autograph collection. Like, wrestlers' autographs. So, I do like... I think the merch and the collectibles, it's just another way of you getting just that little bit closer. Just that little bit closer towards the wrestlers and wrestling, you know? It's like you can watch it and you can wear merch to represent your favourite, to tell the world. How do you get that little bit closer than that? Well, you know, you could get an autograph where the wrestler has actually spent a bit of time signing the item that you've got, right? Or you can, you know, have a wrestling buddy, or, you know, I mean, like, there's different things that you can do to, you know, try and get that little bit closer. And I do love all of that. That's why I've always loved the idea of going to Access and looking at like their Hall of Fame sort of exhibition. I would love that. The ring-worn stuff. If I had the money, I could definitely be someone that has a room that has like ring-worn gear in it. I'd love to own Andre's WrestleMania 3 singlet and, you know, all this kind of stuff. You know those super collectors that you see on Most Wanted Treasures? If I had money, that could definitely be me. If I was like Logan, I had millions and millions. He buys Pokemon cards. I could quite happily have a man cave that was just full of like ring war gear on the wall and, do you know what I mean, all bits and bobs from wrestling history. Be really cool. Hi Days, hope you're well. I can't wait for Universal Studios in the UK, said Stephen. I hope they do Transformers ride and Harry Potter ride and other rides. I don't know what they've got, to be honest. I don't know what categories There's a mic problem. Is there? Ooh. Let's give it a go then. Robot voice. Please excuse me, I've got robot voice. You sound like an alien. Well, let's keep it. I don't get the problem. Fix the mic. Does it need fixing? This is my announcement. We are here to take over. You thought this was a wrestling stream. It's actually an invasion. I'll fix it. That better. Is it fixed? I did the old turn it off, turn it on again. We're all doomed, said K-Dub. Here we go. Love it, said Shakeem. The irony of days reading Transformers is just too much, said Matza. We needed more of it. Well, it's muted now. No, it should be coming through. It is fixed. What? All goods. Okay, we're there. Days is a fembot. I'm a big fembot, guys. You know me, I love women. I've always been a massive fembot. Yeah, goods. Yeah, oh, God. Don't tell me that I've gone and got Skylink to fix Wi-Fi issues and now my microphone's giving up the ghost. Oh, my God, I don't need that. Flipping don't need that. The more he spoke, the more it sounded like a druid. It got abused by General Grievous, said Tom. I'm going to have to go back and listen to this, aren't I? Days, would you rather see Bloodline 4v4 elimination? I would as well. Yeah, I've said that from the start, you know. This, for me, was about family. I understand the argument is, yes, but... like, CM Punk being involved is going to lead to Seth being upset and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, look, cool. But we can do that so many ways. That, to me, is the same argument of, like, no, you don't understand. It's fine for Drew to have Money in the Bank this year because it's going to make CM Punk more upset. It's like, no, I get it. But CM Punk's already upset. And actually what we're doing is we're sacrificing Money in the Bank when someone could have had it, right, this year. Like, someone could Jey Uso could still have it right now, yeah? But we didn't do that because we put it on Drew so that we could build up a feud that was already built, that you know, did not benefit much more from having that moment happen. So, for me, we just sacrificed Money in the Bank. We didn't need to do that. And I'd sort of have the same argument here. Like, people are saying, yeah, but you don't understand. CM Punk's gonna, you know, him being involved is going to upset Seth. It's going to lead to this, it's going to lead to that. Well, look, right now I don't know where it's leading, but what I can tell you is that Seth don't like Punk already. Like, we didn't need to do this to have Seth upset with CM Punk. Like, this does not feel like something that is necessary to me if that's your only reason for it, you know? So, yeah, I'm not totally down on it. I wouldn't have done it. I would have kept it family. This is about family. I would have kept it 4-on-4. But it's funny. Do you know, actually, I'm going to moan on it for this for a second, right? I don't know if you've noticed this, but whatever WWE do, Triple H is a genius. Have you seen, like, this phenomenon? Maybe it's just me because I get tagged in stuff. But when it was Seth that was going to be the partner, I had people saying to me and tagging me saying, oh God, Triple H is a genius, right? Because he's going to have Seth as the partner. And that means that, like, The Rock's going to come back and he's going to see Seth with Roman, just like when he came back at Bad Bloods, he saw that it was Cody with Roman. And we actually spoke about this the other day, right? And, like, you know, The Rock now, you know, what's going on? We face Seth, we face Cody at WrestleMania. Now, Roman, you're teaming with them. What's this? And you're fighting against family. Like, oh God, the booking is so clever to have booked that far in advance and blah, 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 all this nonsense, right? So, like, I get that is a fun thought, right? But now that it's become CM Punk, I've now got other people telling me, oh my God, Triple H is such a genius. Literally, whatever he does is a flipping genius. Someone somewhere is going to proclaim him to be a genius. The man can do no wrong, seemingly. He's just a genius. Any decision he makes is genius, and this is why. And it's like, not every single thing he does can be genius. I do think people get really carried away in the modern day. Same with like all these Easter eggs and everything. Like, I feel like there's a lot of them that do the rounds, and I don't think there's anything behind the majority. I think there is a swerve coming, but I think the vast majority is people just noticing little looks and kind of reading into them because they think they've seen something. I'm not saying that they're lying, but they think they've seen something. So, but I don't think every little look and every little thing is an Easter egg. I think that side of it has gone way too far now. It's like the amount of stuff people think they're seeing. It's pretty crazy. Like, you know, like it feels like every image people think they see something. Every little look, like apparently it means something. And it's like, it's constant. It's all the time. Perhaps like because I'm in this position where so many people get in touch with me about theories and thoughts that I'm just get flooded with, I suppose, everything, right? I've got to tell you, like every image, every look, everything. There's like it's genius, it's amazing, it's incredible booking. There's an Easter egg. Like people really think they see all these different things, and honestly, 99% of it I just don't believe is correct. It's hard to know, obviously, what is correct and what isn't correct, because some things could turn out to be correct. I think the vast majority will not, but until it's played out, we don't know what is correct, which is why I end up putting stuff in Unseen. Obviously, the last Unseen I thought was really good, and it had a lot of that kind of theory and thought in there about what's this? People think they're seeing stuff here. Like, who attacked Jade? There's like a billion different answers. That segment on SmackDown with the Bloodline, there was loads of Easter eggs. I mean, I put it all into like a video. I thought it was a good video as a result. I really appreciate people sending me their thoughts and their theories. I'm only commenting that it's very interesting to be in my position and to have all this feedback and the amount of stuff that is genius, amazing, like, you know, incredible booking, and it doesn't really matter which way we go, it's still the same. And, you know, all these Easter eggs and everything, it is, you know, it is quite eye-opening as to where the IWC are in 2024, you know. I think the IWC are way more active than they need to be when it comes to that stuff. I really, really do not think the vast majority of that stuff actually results or leads to where people think it leads. I was actually going to start a list, and I really should do it, of theories that turn out to not be accurate, because I think it would be really eye-opening for people to see all the different theories that has happened in, say, 2024 that actually didn't result in something. I think you would be stunned by the amount of stuff. That would be an amazing thread, actually. Sorry, I got tagged in a great thread the other day, which was matches that were announced and there was graphics made, but we never actually got them. It was a great thread. Really good thread. So I saw that the other day. This would be good. Theories that not just one person, you know, a good chunk of people had that actually did not result or did not turn out to be kind of where we ended up. That I think would be quite interesting. Right, where are we? We are 6 minutes away. Off Tom said, who do we think Logan is going to face next year? What should happen with Kevin after bringing back a banned move? I think he should be fired. The Kevin, what? I don't. He shouldn't be fired, because if he gets fired, what, WWE lose him and he goes to AEW. So what, WWE miss out. So like that doesn't really make sense to fire him, because you're just kind of hurting yourself, really. I mean, I suppose you can say, yeah, well, he did something wrong, he deserves to be fired, but does the punishment fit the crime? You know, really, I would only let him go if what he had done had really hurt his reputation, because then if he goes to AEW, he's not of much use to them, is he? Because he's damaged his reputation. It's a bit like, you know, Velveteen Dream or allegations against people. You know, if these allegations are out there, like Gable Steveson or whatever, you know, those people being released, you can understand. Feel sorry for them because it might not even be true, but it's very hard to prove if they are innocent or guilty. So I can understand WWE going, look, it's just a bit too hot in the kitchen for us. So you let those people go. They're not really people that I think AEW are going to be that interested in, because of the fact that, you know, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of smoke in the kitchen. Velveteen Dream, Gable Steveson, you know, there's a few people that have had that. So for me, that's where you would let someone go. But using a banned move, does that just sort of makes you look a bit like a badass, doesn't it? Like, isn't that just cool? Like, you didn't care about the rules and you just used a banned move. Like, if you cut Kevin Owens, that's a big asset for AEW. So in kayfabe, I can understand why you wouldn't want to do that. So I wouldn't fire him. Obviously, he would pick up a fine. And, you know, WWE, we settle these things in the ring. And that's the point that Cody made. He was like, that's what we do here. We settle it in the ring. Let me do what I'm meant to do. Make the match. So, you know, he wanted an opportunity to have a match against Kevin. It's going to lead to that, no doubt. We just don't know when that is going to happen. So I'm fine with that current story, to be honest. I'm fine with what they're doing with Kevin. I can sort of make it make sense in my head. In regard to what do we think Logan is going to face next, what's he going to do next? I think he's going to work a full schedule. He's said that he wants to work a full schedule. He said to Jake the other day he's going to go for it. Like, he wants to be WWE champion. So I think we're going to see Logan embark on that goal. So I don't know that he's in the Rumble. I'd imagine he is. I'd imagine he's going to try and win the Rumble. I don't think he does, because I can't see him going for a world title so early at WrestleMania. But I think he'll be in the Rumble. I wouldn't be shocked to see him in Elimination Chamber. I think he will have a pretty full schedule next year. And the goal is, can he get himself a title opportunity? Can he win a World Heavyweight Championship? I have to be honest, I hope not, because I think he is talented in the ring, but I also think he's very protected. He is not someone that is working night after night after night. He is someone that has the occasional match, and we work hard to make him look good. He makes himself look good. He can do some very athletic things, and we put a match together that showcases what he can do. We don't make him do things that make him uncomfortable, right? We don't put him in there with people that he hasn't rehearsed for, right? It's not like night after night after night where you don't get chance to rehearse. He gets chance to, like, practice his matches and work on different moments during matches so that he can go out there and basically perform what is a script, really. You know, the matches are kind of done in advance, and then the other person carries quite a bit of weight of the match, actually. I'm not down on him. He is excellent at what he does, but to say that he is WWE champion quality is so far away from how I see him. You know, for me to be the WWE champion, you are carrying the ball. Like, you are the standard. You're the top guy. You are the person that, you know, has paid your dues, been on the road. You've had a hell of a career. Like, he ain't done that. He ain't done that. I don't even know how many matches he's had in WWE. 10? 12? Something like this. It's still a shockingly low number, because he only wrestles so many times a year. So for me, he is someone, you know, there are kids in NXT that have had way more matches than Logan. The idea that now, we put the title on him is pretty bonkers to me. But listen, this is WWE. You can't rule it out. Right, anyway, we are... Let's go. We are live. Go over to WWE. There we go. Go over to WWE Vault, and you will be able to find the stream. It is live. Let's go. Days, I've actually got the actual poster from this event. It took me ages to locate one. Have you? Wow. That's really cool. So this one must mean a lot to you. I agree. Not everything is genius. It's just a way for them to get Roman on Raw for Netflix. Look at the thing I've tagged you in quickly. Okay. Am I on? I am on Twitter. Jade Cargill, WWE plans put on hold. Injury sidelines her for several months. Jeez, that's big news, isn't it? That's big news. I can't see your tweet, Metal Mama. Was it recent? Oh. Oh. Got you. There we go. I wanted to share some. I'd forgot. I had these awesome ID tags from 2015 featuring Bray, Daniel Bryan, Randy Orton, Sheamus, and Stone Cold. Found them a few weeks ago. I had to show them off. Metal Mama, shout out to you. They're cool. I think I've seen them, but I've never seen them in packaging before, so that's really cool. That's cool. Oh, yeah, there's the egg. Hey, Wrestle Andy, have you got the Undertaker Gobbledy Gooker figures? Have you seen you can get those? Can you get them on Amazon right now? Let's have a look. I know they were in America. I'm not sure if they ever quite made it over here. Undertaker Gooker. Let's have a look, see if they're up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, £62. Bit steep, but £62, and yeah, you get OG Undertaker. So yeah, you get Undertaker and you get Gobbledy Gooker. Here's the perfect team. What a team as well. Demolition were not around for long after this as a 3. Axe would be gone, and we would just stick with Crush and Smash. Crush, Smash, Axe, Mr. Fuji. Coming out to Mr. Perfect's music. That's because they are the perfect team. Mr. Perfect's going to be leading this group. There we go. Look, coming out with Bobby the Brain Heenan. Why didn't they make them come out to their music? So, the perfect team versus the Warriors. Perfect team versus Warriors. Oh, that'll do. Look at this team. Jesus. This has got to be one of the greatest teams ever. Legion of Doom, Ultimate Warrior, Texas Tornado. Now, I know that Texas Tornado didn't achieve loads in WWE, but that is still Kerry Von Erich. That is still Kerry Von Erich. Kerry Von Erich, Ultimate Warrior, Legion of Doom. What a team. I saw a fact that all of these have Warrior as a connection, because obviously Legion of Doom were the Road Warriors, Ultimate Warrior is the Ultimate Warrior, he was also Dingo Warrior, and Texas Tornado was the modern day Warrior. So they've all got that Warrior theme. Look at that! Winged eagle on a white strap. Oh my god. Oh my god. Winged eagle on a white strap. Oh god, it was worth watching just for that. Look at it. Flipping look at it. Oh my god. I love you. His face paint sucks, man. It's got silver on the outside, and then like the middle part I think's gold, but it just looks like it's his skin color. Ultimate Warrior's face paint here is atrocious. You, Mr. Perfect, will not survive it. Oh my god, this is so good. That belt is gorgeous. Gorgeous, says Matter. Gorgeous. Absol said, do we think The Rock can fit in the Bloodline story? I think he makes his own Bloodline. Well, he could do. He could make his own Bloodline. I don't know that we need to go in that direction. I think he can come into this story because I think that Solo could do with a bit of support. Oh man, yeah, let's go. The egg is ever present. Again, Undertaker was worried he was going to be Eggman. He's told that story before. Ultimate Warrior sign in the crowd. Love that gear for Perfect. That's pretty classic gear for him. Here's the Texas Tornado. You would think the Texas Tornado would come down to the ring with a bit more, like, spinning around and whatever. He doesn't really. Probably because he's not allowed to take anything away from the Warriors entrance. It's just a bit weird watching the Texas Tornadoes kind of like make his way down. Hi everyone, Texas Tornado here. What a rush! Are they the greatest team? I really think the Usos are up there with them, you know. I really think the Usos are up there with them. Legion of Doom versus the Usos inside Hell in a Cell. Let's flipping go. Let's flipping go. What a dream match. Flipping dream match, mate. Hell in a Cell. LOD Usos. LOD Demolition. Hell in a Cell. Ah, this was the best era. I'm not having anything else said. This was the best era. Here's the Warrior look. Bum bum. Yes. World Wrestling Federation champion, the Ultimate Warrior. Come on. Look at that belt. The superstars look like gods. The belt is the greatest belt in WWE history. Look at this. Look at look at this. Just look at it. Flipping disgusting, the amount of talent in this ring. Demolition on one side, Legion of Doom on the other. Mr. Perfect, Texas Tornado, Ultimate Warrior. Come on. Look at this. And as we've said, none of these matches are going to outstay their welcome. Each one's going to be around that 15-minute mark. Roddy Piper on commentary doesn't really do it for me, to be honest. I love Gorilla. Yeah, they're trying to figure out who's going to start this match off. Shawn, shout out to you, said, I was at this show when I was a kid. It was so fun. Was you, buds? You was at this show. Oh, mate, it's so good. Right, here we go. Look, he's jumped him. Animal is in there with Smash. You can see how bad those shots look, actually. As a kid, you just don't see that. As a kid, you're like, ah. But looking at him throwing in them shots there, you can kind of see through it, actually. Elbow there by Animal. Big shot there by Texas Tornado, Kerry. Well, seeing Warrior on the outside of the ring is really strange. Boom, big shot coming in. Warrior was just energy explosive. Like, seeing him having to just stand there is so un-Warrior-like. The Ultimate Warrior just standing and obeying the rules. Boom, kick out by Animal. Smash comes back over, grabs Animal. He's gonna, oh, look at that tag team work. All three guys getting their legs up. Animal going face first into the boots of Axe, Smash, and Mr. Perfect. Shots coming in there by Mr. Perfect. Bobby Heenan on the outsides. Shame, actually, because this, I think, could have been a better event if Heenan was on commentary with Gorilla. Oh, look at that. Big power move. Crowd pop for that. Perfect comes in. Atomic drop. Gets caught. Another one. Oh, he avoids the big hand of Texas, but a clothesline by Warrior. This thing breaking down. Crowds going crazy here. Tag being made. In comes Texas Tornado. Oh. Do you know what? Even when you throw a punch, you can throw a punch in such interesting ways. I loved what B-Fab did the other day, where she jumped over and came crashing in. I thought that was so good. But just looking at Texas Tornado there, rather than just throwing a punch, he kind of like, it juddered back. The claw is in. The claw. As a kid, you didn't realize how important that was to the kind of Texas Tornado, but obviously the whole Von Erich connection. The Ultimate Warrior, boom, shoulder tackle. Down goes Axe. Goes again. Oh, an even bigger shoulder tackle. Against the ropes again, big splash. 1, 2, 3, and he gets him. Oh my God. Axe eliminated. Axe eliminated with 2 shoulder barges and a big splash. I probably should have took a little bit more than that, to be honest. But as we said, these matches, they're not going to outstay their welcome. We got a lot of eliminations to get through. It does mean that everyone's durability gets turned down by about 20 points. Big shot there by Crushers. Warrior goes over against the ropes. Do you know, on the back of his trunks, it says the only survivor. Which, if you think about it, is throwing a little bit of shade to his own team, really. If I was on his team, I'd be like, do you not believe I'm going to survive with you as well? Do you really think it's just going to be you, do you? Warrior going over to the corner. Dean said, Days, I've been thinking for a while, what if Alexa is the one actually calling the shots for the Wyatts and for Bo and Howdy? Bo Howdy just relaying messages. Well, she could be. She could be. She is believed to be that 6th member. We were talking about this in Unseen, about how Carrion was insinuating that, he was the 6th member. But, again, just going back to that URL, tease, that suggests it's Alexa, yeah? Word on the street is she'll come in, and she'll come in normal, and then eventually find her way to the group. So, yeah, she absolutely could be calling the shots behind the scenes. I don't know that it'll go that way. But a perfectly acceptable theory, my friends. Mr. Perfect goes hard into the corner. Would you say Survivor Series 90 is a top 5 Survivor Series? I never got to see it at the time. I don't know, to be honest. I would say probably not. Just because there's been some really big Survivor Series over the years. I think 90 is a decent Survivor Series. It's a very enjoyable watch. I think that there's not loads at stake in it. There's lots of little feuds that are going on at the time, but it's one of those where it doesn't really matter who wins. And I always think that kind of counts against the show, to be honest. Like I said, I love that 2014 one. There was some real stipulations. There was, you know, stuff that was really at stake there. But, yeah, I can't say that this one had, like, really anything. All the matches are Survivor Series matches on this show. Apart from the dark match, actually, which I didn't even see, but it was Shane Douglas beat Buddy Rose. Dream match. That was just a one-on-one match, but the matches we've got on this show are all just Survivor Series matches. Right now, we've got Smash in there, throwing in a shot to the midsection. Oh, lovely shoulder tackle. Really good work. Boom. Hawk is in there, and he is unloading. Hawk going back against the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes Smash. This was the match, wasn't it? This was the one that everyone wanted. Demolition against Legion of Doom. He's perched up. Flying clothesline there by Hawk. Goes over. A lot of these moves, they're not very pretty. They're not very attractive moves. But, you know, they're just big power moves. Big clubbing blow there by Hawk. Has there got a DQ? Oh, well, there we go. So, actually, a disqualification, Legion of Doom and Demolition, because they were all brawling in the ring. Referee is like, nah, I've had enough. So, they're gone. Well, that's okay. That's a big problem, though, because this, I think, means Mr. Perfect is on his own now. And on the other side, he's got Texas Tornado, and he's got the Ultimate Warrior. Roddy Piper said things are getting ugly already. So, Demolition eliminated. LOD eliminated. They're just taking a little bit of time to leave the ringside area. Boobsy could help. Boobsy could help. Uncle Rebel said, it's funny guys getting eliminated so fast in these matches. It's like the speed division. Guys suddenly lose so quickly in a speed match, but they can last until whenever in a regular match. It doesn't make any sense. Well, the only thing I'd say about the speed matches are you've got to win in those speed matches in that kind of time as well. So you are going to have to take more risk. You are going to maybe put yourself in more dangerous position because you've got to get the win in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, right? So you are... Oh, big... There we go. I love that. Big spinning blow there by the Texas Tornado. Mr. Perfect to the outside. Slingshots him back in. Clothesline. Oh, he just got it. They weren't quite on the same page, but he just got it. Mr. Perfect goes to the outside. Bobby Heenan comes over. Warrior comes round. Bang! Bobby Heenan, Mr. Perfect. Oh, man, anytime Heenan was attacked, oh, the crowd loved it. The crowd would go, look at the crowd going bananas. Bobby the Brain hurled over the railings by the Warrior. Into the corner, goes, Mr. Perfect. Texas Tornado goes shoulder first into the ring posts. Can see a brawling. Hey, look, there's someone selling ice cream in the crowd. We were talking about how you don't see them anymore. Look at the ring gear as well, by the way. You know, now we've got all these buckles and different patches. And look how simple it was back here. It's so much better. Texas Tornado's got some white trunks with, like, Texas and a little scribble underneath it. Mr. Perfect's got a singlet that's got 2 colours on it. I mean, it was just so much simpler, the ring gear. It's better. That's another dub for the golden era. Ring gear was more impactful. Now, they just try to do too much. God, doesn't that sum everything up? Eh? Doesn't that sum everything up? What's the problem with modern wrestling? Well, it's really good. But they do try to do a bit too much rather than perfecting, you know, the less is more approach. And that is perfectly replicated in their ring gear. Perfect plex there by Mr. Perfect, and he gets it. Texas Tornado eliminated. Here we go. No, it doesn't stop. Warrior is straight in there now. Mr. Perfect going for the perfect plex on the Warrior. He gets it. Hooks it. 2. Kick out by the Warrior. Whoa, was that close? Bobby the Brain on the outside. There's some dude on his feet pointing over at Bobby. Shots coming in on the Warrior. Mr. Perfect having to dig deep. Demolition eliminated, leaving him as the lone survivor in his team, and Warrior is now the lone survivor in his team. Shot coming in by Mr. Perfect. Wrestle Andy said, I sent you a tweet of the poster and the egg is advertised on it. Ah, let's go, Queen. Boom, beautiful standing. Look at the height that he managed to get there. Beautiful standing drop kick by Mr. Perfect. Oh, you've got the egg figure. Wow, that's an amazing... I've never even seen this poster before. I've never seen this. Look at this. This is a glimpse into Wrestle with Andy's worlds. Look, that's his carpet. That's his wall. That's his skirting board. And that's his poster. It's nice that the WWF Thanksgiving night tradition. Mr. Perfect going over, grabbing the Warrior. Another shot coming in. 6 powerful matches. 8 p.m. Eastern. Replay at 11 p.m. Eastern. What's it say? Guaranteed to be exciting, it says there. Guaranteed to be exciting. Tune in to see what else the WWF will hatch on Thanksgiving. Oh my God. I don't know what that bit says. Proudly distributed to Armed Forces Television for those serving our country overseas. God bless you if you're watching. Look at this. Where did you get that from eventually? Was it an eBay job? It's a fantastic poster. It's a fantastic poster. And I love you. That's a great pose for the Gobbledy Gooker as well. That is a great pose. Warrior and Perfect still going at it. Against the ropes goes Warrior. Clothesline. And again, Mr. Perfect goes down. Boom! Do you know, I don't know if we've done this show as a watch-along before. I'm sort of watching it thinking, I don't think we've done this. Shoulder barge there by the Warrior. I mean, literally, he's got 5 moves to work off. There's the splash again. And the Warrior is the only survivor in our opening match. And another shot to Bobby the Brain, who goes down. Yes. Did you see Lashley shoot down a Fightful reporter after he asked about black wrestlers? I did not. Dun, dun, there he is, look, with that championship. Yes. They're on their feet. I did love Warrior changing the belt straps. I do think that was a really good signature of his reign. Dun, dun. Starting off with the WWF champion. So he'll be back later, of course. All the survivors go into a match at the end. The $1 Million Team. Backstage. Rhythm and Blues. $1 Million Man. They've got a special partner. A mystery partner. Who is the mystery person? On Wrestle with Andy's poster, it says, and surprise team member. But who's it going to be? This is going to be a very big surprise. I can't remember who people thought it was going to be. I know that they were theorizing that it was a lot of big names at the time. There might have even been some thoughts it was Ric Flair. Alan said, thanks for streaming this. It's a great Sunday night. Well, Alan, thank you for joining us, buds. Really appreciate it. $1 Million Team is taking on the Dream Team. America. Dream. Yes. Just keep bringing out them legends, baby. Dusty Rhodes! Yes! Look at that jacket, man. Look at that jacket. Black with a bit of red down the sides. I can vibe with that. Hall of Famer Koko Beware. Rick and Dream. The tag team champs. The Hart Foundation. That's a great team. Koko lets them down, in my opinion, but it's a great team. It's not quite Warrior, Texas Tornado, Legion of Doom. Kind of going crazy, man. Look at that. He's an American dream. No polka dots for Dusty here. Hart Foundation sign in the crowds. Bret's got his wraparound glasses. Here we go. This is important, man. We gotta be tuned in for this. Here's Rhythm and Blues. Honky love. I want a honky, honky, honky love. Yes. That was such a weird time for Greg the Hammer Valentine. Honky love. I would love to have been in the room when they told him they were going to go in this direction, gimmick-wise. $1 Million Man. Going down with Virgil. The $1 Million Championship sparkling away. Got a price. Hall of Famer Jobber Koko Beware said, Chris. Geez, Daisy, you wearing tight pants? I'm just blessed with the voice of an angel. Did you know that Lash has got a cooking show on YouTube? Did Ashme? Yeah, I did. I've never watched it. I've seen clips from it. Everyone's got a price for the $1 Million Man. Without further ado, I will introduce to you, led to the ring by his manager, Brother Love. I give you the Undertaker. Now, we had never seen this guy. So that Ham Hawk. Roddy Piper's like, I've never heard of him. God, the entrance music is extra screechy here, isn't it? OG Undertaker music on an organ is very... it's quite harsh on the ears. I would say the music definitely needed to evolve. Black gloves as well. I love that about this era. He doesn't have black gloves for long, but it is black gloves here for The Undertaker. Obviously, they would very quickly change to the grey. I don't know why they didn't give him grey to start with, because he's got grey boot covering. Look at that. We need a little night time, says Roddy Piper. The crowd don't quite know what to make of this guy, but he makes such an impact. I think people might have been a touch disappointed because they wanted, like, people they knew, and they'd been speculating. It'd be like us speculating about a mystery person, like, is it going to be this person, that person? And then it's someone that's just Some of them might have known him as Mean Mark Callis, though. Smart fans will have known him. I'd imagine the vast majority didn't know. Is this some guy they dug up someplace? So here we go. Look at this. Nice little bit of trivia for you. Who is the first person Undertaker locks up with in WWE? The answer is Bret the Hitman Hart. It's not technically the answer, but again, it's that quirky, what was the Undertaker's first actual match? Is it this one, or is it the one that was taped but hadn't yet been shown? WWE recognized this as his first match. Anvil looking for a shoulder tackle there. Anvil going back against the ropes. Anvil gets picked up by the Undertaker. Slammed down. Anvil tags out. In comes Koko. Koko goes against the ropes. Oh! He gets helped over onto that rope. Koko went flying. Is this the tombstone that's a bit botched? Look at this tombstone. I think he really jams him on that. I'm sure Undertaker told the story that Koko was not happy, man. Because he really jams him down. I like how Gorilla's like, whoa, that's a tombstone. And Roddy's like, what did you call it? I think it's a tombstone. We've never seen him before. We have no idea who he is, but yet we know the name of his finishing move. Undertaker takes a few shots and then tags out. So weird seeing him be like, nah, I've had enough. You can come in now. And in comes Greg the Hammer Valentine. So there we go. He didn't fancy mixing it up with Dusty. Oh, God, what a great show. How half an hour in, it's been so much fun. James said, I was 3 at this time. I hid behind the sofa because Taker scared the shiz out of me. Wrestle Knight said, what's up, boomers? AB Jobson, hello. Shout out to you. Rob said, do you think this new guy will have much of a future in the business? He'll do all right. He'll do all right. Boom, big shots. Raining down. In comes Bret. I wonder who people were fantasy booking him against. I mean, I'm sure Warrior, because Warrior was the champ, but once they saw him in 1990, I wonder what the conversation was. Such a shame that like YouTube wasn't around, just only so that we could see people's review videos. I'd love to see a review video of Survivor Series 1990, but not like, you know, a retro review, like one that was done at the time. Imagine if someone in the world had a video camera and they did record their views on a video camera. That would be so good. That footage now. You could read The Observer, I suppose. If you read, you could read what Dave thought. Against the Ropes, Apter as well will have written about it. I mean, there'll be publications, but I don't know. It'd be cool to see a YouTube video of someone giving their thoughts immediately after the show. Honky Tonk Man against the Ropes. So we've had the opening. Oh, look at that from the anvil. So rather than just slam him down, he actually jumped and slams him. I love that little jump to add a little bit of extra to the slam. Anvil being backed in the corner. Big chops coming in by $1 Million Man. So Honky Tonk Man is eliminated. Over the other side, clothesline by the Anvil. $1 Million Man goes down. Anvil again scoops up $1 Million Man, slams him down. Here's Dusty. Dusty's in there with $1 Million Man. $1 Million Man back in the corner. Dusty in the corner. Boom! Big elbows. Raining down. Crowd counting along. 10 in a row. Over the other side goes $1 Million Man. Drop kick there by Dusty. Tag being made. In comes the anvil. Over the other side goes Million Dollar Man. Double elbows. Dusty and the anvil working well together. Ted DiBiase goes up, over, slam down. Great work by the anvil. 2, kick out by Million Dollar Man. There's a dude in the front row. I think, has he got a broken arm? Look at that dude. There's a dude in the front row. He's got his arm in a cast. I've never noticed him before. Oh, Anvil went against the ropes. I don't even know if... Did Virgil actually do something there? I think he must have. He wasn't looking, though. Anvil went against the ropes. Virgil wasn't even looking at him, and Anvil just sort of, like, tripped. I wonder if Virgil did it without looking. Or if he didn't actually, like, maybe he missed the spot. I don't know. Kick coming in there by Bret. Million Dollar Man in the corner. Ted DiBiase goes over to the other side. So Bret and Dusty. It's a hell of a team, isn't it? They're working together. Boom. Big shot there. Ted DiBiase goes down. Shot to the midsection by Million Dollar Man. Elbow to the back of Dusty. Dusty goes against the ropes. Comes back. Ah, smashed and down he goes. Here's the Undertaker. Undertaker against the ropes. Boom! Big boots! I've ordered McDonald's for this special occasion. I've not watched this in ages, but I remember every move, said Wrestle with Andy. Is Green Shirt Guy in the crowd, said the Who review. Not unless he was pre-Green Shirt. I mean, he may have been there, but maybe he wasn't quite at the front at this point. I don't know that he wasn't, but he's certainly not in his usual position. It is worth saying we are in Hartford, Connecticut at the Hartford Civic Center. 16,000 are in attendance. Shot coming in there by Bret. Picks up Million Dollar Man, inverted atomic drop. Grabs Million Dollar Man, tag being made. In comes Dusty. Boom, big shot coming in. Interesting little tag match at the moment. Bret and Dusty against Greg, Undertaker, and Million Dollar Man. Weird. Undertaker back in. Shot coming in there by Undertaker. He's got Dusty against the ropes. Dusty goes over the other side. Undertaker comes in. Dusty goes down. Undertaker to the outside. He's going up top. Undertaker is perched. He's walking the ropes. Double axe handle. Look at that. Boom. He gets the pin on Dusty Rhodes. And then he grabs Dusty and hurls him out the ring. Wow. Shots coming in by Bret. Bret is in big trouble here. Oh, look at this. Brother Love throwing in some kicks on Dusty. Dusty down on the outsides. And we have got a look. And again, Brother Love has fired up Dusty. Dusty has grabbed Brother Love. Undertaker is coming after Dusty. And this is quite clever booking, actually. This is a way of getting Undertaker out of this match without him losing. Another big shot coming in there by Undertaker. Headbutt. Undertaker was counted out. I can't remember if he was the legal man, to be honest. He looks scary. He's big, but he's dumb. The reviews are in of The Undertaker. What did people think about The Undertaker's debut? Well, Roddy Piper said he was big, he's scary, but he's dumb. Come on, baby. The Mortician years, 90-92 on the Vault is excellent, said David. Small package by Bret the Hitman Hart. Greg the Hammer is eliminated. Roddy Piper's good when he gets this animated. So Ted DiBiase and Bret Hart one-on-one. They're the final men of their two teams. Boom, atomic drop, $1 Million Man on the top. What a spot. What a spot. Getting caught on that top rope, bouncing on it and flopping your way out. Bret goes straight over, crossbody to the outsides, throwing down some shots. Virgil is on the outside, of course. Bret the Hitman Hart. I mean, they knew what they had with him. Even here in 1990, here he is as the last surviving person of his team. And he's in a tag team at this point. It's very much like a Montez Ford situation. Boom, face first into the ring steps. Did you know that Shane Douglas wrestled the Dart match? There's something the Vault need to upload. Yeah, I didn't until I went onto Wikipedia, to be honest. I didn't realize that he had wrestled the Dart match. Yeah, that would be good for you if you're such a stan for this event, getting the Dart match. They must have footage of it. Boot there by Bret the Hitman Hart. And again, another big shot there as $1 Million Man goes back to the corner. Knee to the midsection by $1 Million Man. Boom. Big shot to the midsection. Crowd have been really good for this show, actually. Crowd have been making, like, plenty of noise. Bret Hart tries to hurl $1 Million Man in the corner. Bret does his classic chest first spot. $1 Million Man goes for the cover. He's going to need to do more than that to put Bret away. Crowd cheer. Gorilla Monsoon said you're not going to beat Bret Hart by doing that. Why didn't he go for the $1 Million Dream? Is the $1 Million Championship the World Championship? No, it was $1 Million Man's own championship that he had made. I think, wasn't it after he got stripped of the other one? He introduced his own $1 Million one, but it was never recognized as a world title. It was just $1 Million Man's belt. Kick out there by $1 Million Man. Delwyn, I saw your very kind donation, my friends. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get to the end of this as Bret trips over. He tripped over $1 Million Man. It looks a little bit like a botch there. He's down. He's grabbing his knee, but he was playing possum. He grabs $1 Million Man, rolls him up. 1, 2. Kick out by $1 Million Man. Virgil distracts. Surely the ref could DQ here. What? Oh, $1 Million Man hits Virgil. Virgil goes down. Roll up by Bret. 1, 2. $1 Million Man kicks out. Look at the crowds. They are so involved. Looking for a backbreaker. Lovely work there by Bret. Good little match, this, actually. Once we got through all the rest of it, kind of forget how good just Bret and $1 Million Man was. Just one-on-one, shoulder up. It's Bret, though, isn't it? This is basically Bret versus $1 Million Man hidden within the Survivor Series card. But this is what's great about... Oh, look at that. And he gets it. He manages to pin Bret. That's good for Ted DiBiase. I mean, it's sort of clean, to be honest. Ted DiBiase manages to just get the better of Bret here. Bret would obviously go on to bigger things, but that's good for $1 Million Man. It's really important that the heels get to show that they can compete, you know? I hate seeing the heels constantly getting jobbed out and constantly having to cheat to get wins. And even though Virgil got involved, by the time we got to the pin, it was relatively clean. Reversal by $1 Million Man. Duck underneath by Bret. Crossbody. Goes down. $1 Million Man rolls through. Gets the cover and just gets the 3. He out-grabbed him. Here we are in the showers, because that's what snakes like. Jake the Snake. And of course, that's where you're going to find Jimmy Superfly Snuka. And the Rockers. Is this where Jake had his feud with Rick the Model Martel and the arrogance in the face? So Jake's talking about how they've all survived. They're all battle-hardened. Look at his eye. It's a weird combination, to be honest. I mean, Superfly and Jake makes a lot of sense, but chucking the Rockers in there doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. Right, Delwyn said, 1 year today, CM Punk returned to WWE. Do you remember you screaming, I was too? Mind-blowing moment. I will never forget. This was truly a beginning of a new era. A boss move by Triple H. He looks like he's enjoying himself more. He's in great shape. Better than when he was in AEW, said Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Yes, it's been fantastic. There's no two ways about it. There was a lot of concerns when he came back that was it going to work out? Was he going to play ball? But I think WWE now is more the WWE he always wanted it to be. And as well as that, he's seen as a flipping legend now. I mean, I know there was a lot of respect for him, 10 years ago, but there's a whole new generation in WWE, like Roxanne, like Cora Jade, like Trick Williams. A lot of people on the main roster as well that used to watch him when they were younger or coming through. And I think the level of respect that he enjoys is a lot different than when he was there last time as well. So a lot of change, obviously. Triple H instead of Vince being the biggest. But I think this is more the company that he always wanted it to be, yeah. And it's just worked perfectly. It's been a marriage made in heaven so far. Here's the Rockers making their way down. Look at Shawn Michaels' hair, said K-Dub. I think that's Shane as the outside ref, said Suzanne. I think he was on this show, actually, yes. Here's Superfly. Oh, Roddy making reference to the coconut to the headshot. Such a weird time period this for Superfly is. He's a name, but his best days are definitely behind him. He was at his peak kind of just pre-WrestleMania. Kind of past. This is the same year as WrestleMania 6 here. So, I mean, how old is he actually? At this point, how old is he? So, he was born in 1943. This is 1990. So, he's going to be 47 at this point. 47 at this point. Is that right? Yeah. Wow. Wow. His career started in 1968. He was in WWF from 82 to 85, and that was the run. He came back in 89, and he stuck around till 93? I don't remember him that late. His last recorded match was in February of 92. But technically, he was still with the company till 93. I didn't know this. Interesting. Right, Warlord is in there with Marty Jannetty. King Yeti said, ignore lange me. Ignore lange me, lol. King Yeti, shout out to you. I don't know what that word means. Ignore lange. Ignore lange. Oh, I've got you now. Ignore lange me. Was I meant to ignore you then? Was I meant to acknowledge you by ignoring you? Botched it. I botched it, mate. I botched it. Yeah, Shawn Michaels is... Hey, we've just had a match with Bret Hart. And now we've got a match featuring Shawn Michaels. And isn't it funny to think that 7 years later at this very same show would be one of the biggest moments in WWE history featuring those two? Against the ropes goes Shawn. He's in there with Rick the Model Martel. Went for a hip toss. Nice reversal by Shawn. Martel drop. Oh my God, that looked like it was right in the face. Right in the mush. Shawn goes over. Rolls back. Flips Rick the Model Martel over. Tag made. In comes Jake. Look at Shawn. He's all fired up. But oh my God, Jake so wanted to get to Rick the Model Martel. Do you know what we've not been getting on this show? Probably because the matches are already quite long. Video packages. Could have easily had some video packages just telling us about all the how we got to this and how the teams came together and everything. I don't massively miss them, to be honest, but I do think a bit of like where we are with Jake and Rick right now would have been interesting. How did the Rockers get into this team could have been interesting. Paul Roma is in there. And so is Superfly Jimmy Snuka. This feels like it's a bit frustrating, actually, because I feel like the first match had loads of talent in it. It was really good energy. Second match, you've got the debut of The Undertaker. I would say of all the matches, this is one of the least engaging. And it's the longest. So I would say the show probably gets a few kind of negative marks for that reason. It is still like Shawn, though. That's cool. And Jake's cool. But it's hard to get excited about Paul Roma. Personally. Kim Shane said, I think is still married to Afa's daughter, making him a member of the Anoa'i family. I think Tamina was born around this time, but I'm not sure about Deuce. Darwin said, crowd is making great noise. K-Dub said, Warlord looks like Stone Cold ate too many cans of whoop-ass. Yeah. Yeah, that is true, actually. He does, you're right. I've never really thought about that. Jesus, we had Stone Cold Steve Austin in 1990. We didn't even know it. Imagine if Warlord had that attitude. What? Look, he's jacked as well, isn't he? Oh my God, you're right. He is so the one that got away. Shots coming in there by Marty Jannetty. That is such an interesting observation. I flipping love that. Marty is up. Big shot. I can't not see it now. Warlord in the middle of the ring. Marty on that middle rope. Oh my God, he caught him midair. Power slammed him down. Mate, that was sick. The slickster on the outside as well. That was sick. Over against the ropes. You can't really make that a finisher because you can't make someone jump off the middle rope, but it was really good. Look at this. He's got him up in the air. Oh, flips him over. Shots coming in there by Shawn. I wonder why they didn't invest more in Warlord. There must have been a reason. There must have been something that wasn't quite landing. Another big shot coming in there by Jake. I don't think he was ever a very charismatic talker. Dude, that was nasty, said Poppy Crocs. It was sick, wasn't it? Boot to the midsection by Jake. Trying to see what's on Jake's ring gear. Can't quite make out what's on the side. I don't know if it's just the head of a snake. No, I don't think it is, actually. Is it? What's on his ring gear? In comes Shawn. They always keep showing the side that doesn't have the logo on it. Pretty funky boots on Superfly. Shawn getting back in. Proctor Dill, shout out to you. Days we repackage Akam and Razor as beans and toast. Oh my God, that's such a good idea, Proctor Dill. They would be so well received over here. The Super Collider could now be the English breakfast. Oh my God. Keep talking. Carrion's new finisher could be the Black Pudding, and Ellerin would have a top hat. Sign me up. Sign me the flip up. Oh! And we can call Scarlett the English Muffin. Ah. English Muffin. English Muffin. Crumpet. Crumpet, crumpet, crumpet. Oh, clothesline by Hercules. Do you know what? Hercules is in there, and he looks small compared to Warlord, doesn't he? Aren't steroids the best? Steroids are so good. We should so bring them back. I know it like kills people's life expectancy and everything, but it just makes the wrestlers look so much better. Here we go. Look, Rick the Model Martel scooping up Shawn. There's the arrogance. Ah, so good. So good. Over in the corner goes Shawn. He gets flipped upside down. Boom. Comes crashing down. Look, Jake tries to make the tag, but Shawn can't make it. It's proper grappling in this one, isn't it? Cover. Kick out there by Shawn. Warlord was actually one of the people involved in the CTE lawsuit, said Trent. So, yeah, good knowledge, yeah. We did still manage to get a figure of him, though. That's always been a reason as to why Demolition have not gone into the Hall of Fame, and we've only ever had figures of them back in like 2010, 2011. There's been no Demolition figures ever since then from Mattel. But I'm sure they did do a Warlord figure, actually not all that long ago. Boom. Big back body drop. I remember one in like 2016, 2017. I can't remember if they did another since then. But, yeah, there was a lot of people involved in that lawsuit. I mean, that would be great if that was just old news now that Vince has gone. I'd love to see Demolition come into the Hall of Fame, and I'd love to see some more Demolition merch, some new Demolition figures, and... yeah. Plus, I'm collecting those WWF Superstar figures, and I need Demolition to be a part of that range. 1, 2, 3. Wow, there we go. Rick the Model Martel gets the pin on Superfly Jimmy Snuka, but Jake the Snake is in. Jake the Snake is in. Rick the Model Martel is trapped in the corner, and he manages to outmaneuver the Snake. Jake over in the corner. Hercules is in. Jake's really upset here. He really wanted to get his hands on Rick the Model Martel. Yeah, look, he's having a word with him on the outsides. Their blindfold match was amazing, wasn't it? This era got me into wrestling after watching a few VHS tapes. I was hooked, says K-Dub. Rick Martel was such a good heel. There was a picture of Rick Model Martel recently. I think it was like last year. And he's just unrecognizable now. It's one of those where you go, that's Rick the Model Martel. He's like old. He's a boomer. Just never see him. I think it's such a shame. He is still with us. He should be celebrated. Jake is in there, is losing his focus a little bit. So Jake is in there right now. As we said, this one goes 17 minutes. We definitely could have shaved some time off this one. Right now it's 3-on-2. It's Warlord, I think Hercules, and Rick against Jake and Shawn Michaels. Shot coming in there by Jake. Throwing in some blows. Ah, clothesline by Rick. That was good. Talking about great heel work. That was good. Big clothesline there by Rick the Model Martel. Jake the Snake goes down. Hercules throwing in some kicks on Jake. Tag being made. Paul Roma's still in as well. Tell you what, this ain't looking good for the face team, is it? Jake swinging away. Kicks coming in, and it's just all the heel team at the moment. Still want to know what that design is on his ring gear. Steroids is what made the golden era age of the MLB, said Charles. It's crazy how different this time is to 96, and there's only a 6-year gap. It's just completely different, isn't it? It's completely different. Kick to the midsection there by Shawn. Boom, back elbow there by Shawn. It's weird in a way. It sort of feels like so many people started getting into wrestling around this time and then grew up and just naturally got into Attitude Era. It's weird that people sort of grew up with wrestling and wrestling sort of matured with them. Or people found wrestling during the Attitude Era. Imagine if you got into wrestling in the 80s and then like you saw it go through the different stages. I would imagine that would be quite... I'd imagine that would be quite challenging to, you know, keep adapting, keep changing with how wrestling was changing, how WWE was changing. Golden Era into New Generation, into Attitude Era, into Ruthless Aggression. Like, you're going really PG, then you're going really adult. And, yeah, you're kind of a bit all over the road, aren't you? I was fortunate. I mean, when I was young, it was PG. As I got older, it got more mature. It kind of grew up with me. I grew up with it. I think quite a few people did that. Right now, we got Shawn up in the air. He gets slammed down. We've done an hour of this. Actually, don't know how long this show runs for, but we've done an hour of it. Ain't going to be that long because these events were always relatively short back in the day compared to, you know, WrestleMania 35. King Yeti said, I've got a confession. I think Shawn's cute. I know he's sexy. Lol, says King Yeti. Tell you what, quite a few ladies felt that way about Shawn back in the day. I'd imagine a few guys as well. Right now, we've got Hercules in there with Shawn. It makes you wonder how these wrestlers would have done with wellness policies. Oh, not really. They would have failed. there's not much wondering, to be honest. I think Vince would have been left with him and Virgil. That would have been about it, really. Maybe the Bushwhackers. Here we go. We're going to go with Hercules with the superplex and Roma with the splash. 1, 2, 3. Shawn Michaels deaded. And this is not good news. Now it is 4-on-1. 4-on-1. Warlord, Hercules, Paul Roma, Rick the Model Martel. If I'm Martel, I'm not going in the ring. You want me? Tough. So the crowd are cheering for Jake. They can see the predicament that he's in. Crowd are trying to get behind him. Look at Jake calling them all on. Come on. Well, it can only be one of them. Look, he's backed right into the corner. Went to go over to the other side. He's circling round. He needs to stay away from their corner. He's in there with Hercules. Kick coming into the midsection. And again. Kicks by Hercules. He's keeping Jake in the corner. Shots rained out. Gotta love the refs as well. We haven't really spoke about that. How they're wearing like shirts and a bow tie. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Big shot across the back. Bring back the bow tie. Bear hug by the Warlord. Jake in the middle of the ring. That person's coming down the steps again with whatever it is they're selling. Where did he go? Big shot. He must have gone back up. Keeps walking up and down. He's got this big tray. Ah, DDT! Look at the pop for the DDT! Rick the Model Martel with the arrogance! The arrogance! Ah! He sprays him! It blinded him with that. So what's Jake gonna do? He's gonna get the snake. There was nothing more exciting than when he got the snake out. Oh my God. As a kid, you are exploding right now. You are flipping losing it right now. Look at that. Damien. 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 Look at him wrapping himself around Jake's leg as well. Jake's given up on the match. He just wants to get his hands on Rick the Model Martel. Referee's counting away, and that's going to result in a count out. And it is going to be a win. We're up to 9, 10, done. Jake is counted out. Rick the Model isn't. He wasn't the legal man. The entire team of the Visionaries, the whole team survived. That's a hell of an achievement, actually. The first time in the history of the Survivor Series, the whole team survived. The whole team made it. Here we go, January 19th, the Royal Rumble. Saturday night, January 19th, 1991, only on pay-per-view. Royal Rumble. Let's go. 7 years after this one, everything changes. Montreal Screwjob. Who knew? He needed a towel to pat himself down. He's all fired up. Gorilla Monsoon. What a ledge. I am a Hulkamaniac sign. I love Bret. Wow. I love seeing the signs from back in the day because it gives you a real insight. Look at his 2x4. Little dude. Shawn Moon is a little dude. What a weird team. I can understand Hacksaw being with Hogan. Big Boss Man's a bit strange. Tugboat's really strange. He's just like the USS Missouri. We're trying to make out that the Tugboat is a military ship. That's not called military ship, is he, Hogan? He's called flipping Tugboat. The best version of the Big Boss Man. The big tugboat is ready. It's just like USS Missouri. He's loaded. He's ready for battle. What tugboat's ready for battle? Look at his silly little hat. So they're taking on the natural disasters. That's going to be Earthquake, Haku, Dino Bravo, and the Barbarian. I remember this time when Macho Man's wedding reception, Jake the Snake scared both him and Miss Elizabeth with snakes. That was wild. I love Miss Elizabeth, said Nathan. The guy in blue was hung alive in the middle of the ring by the freak in black that wrestled earlier, said check. That is true. That is true. Yes, Saddam Hussein. I hope you're watching. What you gonna do when Hulkamania runs wild on you, Saddam Hussein? Yeah, let's go. Do you feel a rumble? OG Earthquake with Dino Bravo. Fun, isn't it, that we're using the natural disasters name here before they use it for earthquake and typhoon? Surprising sweep here. It made sense, though. The heel team was a mix of cowardly and powerful heels, while the faces consisted of a team that was mostly good at playing the faces in peril, said A.B. Jobson. Hey, Tugboat, if you crash through a wall, pick up your feet. Yeah. His greatest moment. Here's Haku making his way down to the ring. Part of the Heenan family. And look at Barbarian. Look at that entrance gear. The Barbarian. Just sort of there, was it? There's a lot of wrestlers that are just sort of there that don't really achieve a great deal. But, do you know what I mean? They're there for live events. They're there to, you know, put bigger stars over. They're there to take TV time. You know, Barbarian would mess up quite a few jobbers. Here's Tugboat. I can't even remember his music, you know. It's awful. I can't remember his. I'm listening to it. I don't remember it. It's awful. Tugboat. I mean, really, it's just a horn in it with some music in the background. Generic thing in the background. That was not one of Jim Johnston's greatest cuts. Is Hacksaw making his way down to the ring? The Bloodline's dad versus Cody's uncle, said Wrestle with Andy. Oh. Look at that big Hulk Rules sign on the hard cam side. Trip down to Cobb County, Georgia. Draw the line, respect the law and order. Everything about this era of Big Boss Man is brilliant. I love his ring gear. I love his entrance music. I love him. I wish he had a really good, like, Intercontinental title run. Looking for trouble, he'll be coming after you. That's a sign. Big Boss Man sign. Nightstick, foam nightstick in the background as well. Plenty of them around. Here's the Hulkster. Let's look at the reaction. Pretty good. Look at him, man. When he comes out, he just looks the part, doesn't he? Yeah, good reaction. Hulk Rules sign behind him. There's a poster of Hogan that's attached to a sign. Ah, friend. Earthquake made a big mistake. Slide. I am a real man. Love those signs that are on, like, fabric. Like, that Hulk Rules is so good, isn't it? It just feels like they're so desperate to say what they've got. They've ripped their bed sheet off, and they've just written on that, and they're like, ah! Marry me, Hulk. Marry me. Oh my god, did you see that awful poster? There was a sign that had so much space on it, and then they just put a little summit in the middle for Boss Man. Look at loads of just unused retail space here. Like, awful. Do better, whoever you are from 1990. Did you see that one sign? Gorilla pointing out that Earthquake made a big mistake sign. It is deafening in the Civic Center. Few empty seats in there on the hard cam side. I'm reliving my childhood right now, said Amy Jo. It's good, isn't it? It's good. The nostalgia is hitting pretty hard, actually. K-Dub said, Hogan intro gets me every time. Goosebumps. Chris said, that don't work for me, brother. Kim Shane said, Dino Bravo is the odd man out in this match. Everyone else wrestled for WCW during the Monday Night Wars. Okay, we've got Hacksaw in there with Haku. USA chants breaking out, which is no great surprise. Oh, look at it. He's got his gold on, isn't he, eh? Dude in the crowds with a black turtleneck and a few gold chains. Boss Man here is the same age as Dominic Mysterio is now. No. Is he really? He's the same age as Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio is being presented as like a kid. I know they were trying to present him as like a man and all this kind of stuff, but he's the same age as the Big Boss Man. God, that's blown my mind. Same age, Dominic Mysterio and the Big Boss Man. It's like that every time they show like Earthquake and you try and figure out how old he is and he turns out to be like 28 or something like that and he looks like he's flipping 47. 52. Kit coming in. It's different. Hard life, weren't it? Life must have just been so hard back then. Nice atomic drop there. Tag being made. Chop by Barbarian. Laying it in. This is actually match number 4. We're already at match number 4. Look at his jacket. Wow. Look at that from Jimmy Hart. Survivor Series on the back. Big Boss Man in. Shots to the midsection of Haku. Haku goes down. Boss Man grabs him. Against the ropes. Reversed. Over the other side. Drop kick. Oh, spittle came out of the Big Boss Man. Haku with a big drop kick against the ropes. Nice. Side slam by Boss Man. Going for the cover and eliminating Haku. Eliminating Haku. Barbarian with shot. Look at the sweat already on Boss Man. Look at his shirt already. It's flipping drenched. Barbarian. Big boot by the Big Boss Man. Haku stays up. Back elbow. I love how Boss Man really lays it in. Look at that by Bobby. Managed to duck underneath. Oh, man. Bobby had to take some bumps in this show, didn't he? He had to take some bumps in this show. He got murked by the Warrior earlier. Now he's bumping for the Big Boss Man. Barbarian goes against the ropes. Looking for a hip toss. No joy. Barbarian reverses. I thought he was going to do a delayed, actually. He didn't. That shirt's in better days. Earthquake was the same age as Dominic. They're all 27. It's just crazy, isn't it? Would you say this is top 5, said Melissa. You asked that earlier, but we answered it. Nah, I wouldn't have it as top 5. I think it is a solid Survivor Series. I think it's got some really fun moments. I do think the last match went a little bit too long. And I think this match is okay. Next match doesn't have the greatest kind of star power in it. There's a few names in there, but yeah, I don't know. I said earlier, I think the problem with this is it doesn't have much, like, with long-lasting significance. It's a fun watch, loads of stars, crowd are great, but I don't think it has the significance of other Survivor Series. It's just a bit, you know, watch it, get something from it. It's one of those where, as I've said, if you go a car boot and you find it and you'd not seen it before, you'd be flipping thrilled. But equally, if you've never seen it, I don't know that you're missing out on a great deal other than Undertaker's debut. The old buttocks. Hacksaw trying to pick up Earthquake. Big clubbing blow. Literally every wrestler has a crazy Haku bar fight story, and they're all awesome, said Bobby Crocs. AB Jobson said Bossman goes after Heenan, which allows the Barbarian to take him down. Earthquake finally comes in. Jim Duggan gets tricked by the managers because he's dumb. Oh, Jimmy Hart pulls that top rope down. Hacksaw goes to the outside. Hacksaw goes charging after Jimmy. Grabs his 2x4. Jimmy gets in the ring through the legs of Earthquake. Ah! Shot to the midsection. By that 2x4. Come on, ref. Come on, ref. There we go. He's got to. Jesus, he didn't give him much chance. He might have actually got away with that one shot. Hacksaw disqualified because he's a flipping idiot. You deserve it. You deserve it. That was always Hacksaw's problem, wasn't it? Flipping idiot. Do you know what? I thought there was some empty seats on the hardcam side. I still think there are. But actually, there's a load of boomers holding up red signs, which I think I probably have interpreted as empty seats. You cannot read what those red signs say. Big slam by Hogan on Earthquake. Dude in the second row looks like Shad Khan. There's a dude that looks like Shad Khan who, like, had this leopard print shirt on, like, and he was like, ah. I don't think it is. It does look like him. He was going crazy as Hogan just slammed Earthquake there. Shots raining down by Hogan. Yeah, those red signs have got to be amongst the worst signs ever. Oh, and then Earthquake slams Hogan. And that's going to have a lot more impact. Because not only is Hogan being slammed, but he's having the weight of the Earthquake on top. There's a dude that's got a bag full of what I think are foam objects. And he's selling them. He had a big see-through bag and he was holding up a foam 2x4. And I think he had like lots of Hogan foam fingers in his bag. Well, you just don't see these people anymore. 1, 2, 3. 3 count. Dino Bravo gets eliminated. A few dirty marks on his trunks, weren't there? Oh, man. Look at him. Look. Oh, my God. Big boss man jumping it. Yeah! That's where Tamatonga gets it from. Yeah, 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 yeah. Boss man going in. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, he comes off the top. The big man off the top gets caught by Earthquake. Knocked down too. Kick out by Earthquake. Crowd are loving it. It's really good. Boom. Look at this. Earthquake and the boss man. Earthquake on his feet. Shoulder tackle there by the boss man. Boss man. Ah, kick to the back by Barbarian. Ah, I love those shots by the boss man. Elbow. Ah. Murked. He murked him, mate. He just got flipping murked. The Earthquake dropping the elbow on the boss man and another one. Ah. 1, 2, 3. Look at that. As soon as that shirt is completely open, you know it's game over for the boss man. That's where his power lies. Normally when the shirt's like that, things are fine. But if things have been going so wrong that his shirt's completely flayed open, game over. Earthquake. Boom. Goes into the foot of Tugboat. Haven't seen Tugboat in so long. I forgot he was out there, says Gorilla. Big shot there by Hogan. He's going to look to pick the big man up. No. That is dumb. Forget about it, said A.B. Jobson. Poppy Croc said, Earthquake is so pale, him and Sheamus are practically see-through. What? Just a 1 count. He whacks Earthquake with the 2x4 and is disqualified at 6:12. Hogan enters and does Hogan things, including slamming the 976-pound Earthquake in front of 40,000 fans in attendance. I'm not quite sure all of those numbers are correct, but oh, big splash there by the Earthquake. Hogan moves out the way. Get up, says Roddy Piper. Days, I feel that people aged faster back then, said Melissa. Hogan looked in his 50s when he was in his 30s and in his prime. Who knows? Maybe it's the effect of, I don't know. I was going to say steroids, but I don't think Earthquake's on him. He's on fast foods. Big shot there by Tugboat. Tugboat in there with the big Earthquake. The two big men collide. They both stay on their feet. Tugboat against the ropes, collides into Earthquake. I thought he was going to do the rope spot. I think he thought about it. On the outside, double axe handle by Tugboat. Big shot coming in. We got Tugboat, Earthquake on the outside of the ring. Referee count in. Hogan's on the outside, but he's not the legal man. Hogan attacks Earthquake from behind. This match has really broken down. Hogan goes into the ring post. There we go. The bell has sounded. Earthquake and Tugboat both eliminated. So that's a shame. Earthquake brought a lot to this match, actually. This, because of his size, him being slammed down and like reversing things, and his size really added to this. Look at this. Now we've got Hogan, Barbarian. This is what Survivor Series can throw up some really interesting matchups. Look at this. Flipping Hogan, Barbarian. Hogan goes through the ropes to the outsides. Gets back in the ring. Are these the only survivors that are left? Haku's gone. Dino Bravo's gone. Earthquake's just gone. Yeah. Shot to the midsection. And again. Barbarian, just as powerful as Earthquake, but in a different way. He's going to do the band move. That's, oh my God, that's a band move. He's been inspired by Kevin Owens. Barbarian with a pile driver on Hulk Hogan. Unbelievable scenes. Hogan on his feet, crowd cheering for him. They double clothesline. Both go down. Barbarian down. Hogan down. Bobby Heenan on the outside still. If both men get counted down, they're both eliminated. No one would win. That would suck, wouldn't it? Imagine watching a whole match and no one wins it. Ugh. Barbarian over by the ropes. Hogan getting up to his feet. Big boot there by Barbarian. Natural Disasters were a good team. I heard Tenta was a good natured individual, said Melissa. The devastating pile driver, said King Yeti. Monsoon claims Hogan is left alone forgetting about Tugboat. I can't say I blame him. Here we go. Barbarian is up. Nice clothesline off the top. Hogan goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Hogan. Earthquake was on milk. Dude's not on steroids, said K-Dub. Max said, why wasn't Green Shirt Guy at this show? What a fraud. That's true. I bet Trinidad Flag Guy's there somewhere. Shots coming in there by Barbarian. Hogan is hulking up. Another shot there by Barbarian. Hogan pointing at Barbarian. You! Block shot. Boom. Here we go. Hogan coming back. Love that WWF logo that's in the crowd as well. It's just a big WWF logo that's in the distance in the crowd. Leg drop. Nice. 1, 2, 3. That does it. Bobby came in. Bobby Heenan tried to come in. Like, no. Is he going to get murked by someone else now? He does. Man, and he gets held in the corner. Oh, my God. Bobby has never taken so many bumps in his life. Yes! Look at that. It made its way into the ring. I think, actually, there is a figure that you can get of Hogan with that sign. I'm sure they've made a figure, Mattel, of Hogan with that sign, that exact sign. Hogan fan sign, Mattel. Fight for your life. Dun, dun, dun. I think it's new, though. I'm sure I've seen an image of it. Can't find any images. Trust me, I am sure I have seen a Hogan with a Hulk Rules fan sign, and it must be based on that. I wonder if it's a Survivor Series range. American, fight for the rights of every man. No. Scrap that, I've made it up. So Hogan is the sole survivor. Typical stuff from a match involving Hogan. Even so, it moved at a quicker pace than I was expecting, considering the guys that were involved, said A.B. Jobson. Cold Edit said, I'm back. Welcome back. Bobby Sells are legendary, said Charles. That is true. Zoom Station, hello. What a whole Vince book show looks like, said Zoom Station. Barbarian actually scores a few near falls, which blows my mind. He's Hogan, though, and he starts to hulk up. There we go, another little promo for the Royal Rumble. I am a real American. Yeah, this next one... I think this is... Oh, do we do Gobbledy Gooker now? Is this the Gooker moment? Here we go, mate. All right, here we go. Everyone speculated. Who's in the egg? The Macho King comes out. Oh, hello. I was trying to read that sign. Here's the Macho King. Not a very king attire, is it, for the Macho Man? Don't think they've ever done that attire, Mattel. Dun, 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 dun. The Macho King. That's quite a striking look, isn't it? If we had a bit of blue in there, we'd be very USA. It makes me think of fast food. Because isn't there a lot of, like, diners that tend to have that kind of red and white striped aesthetic? Love his shades. Have you seen his shades? You're a pretty content man right now. Ultimate Warrior. The Ultimate Warrior is going to be the ultimate turkey when I take my title back. It's interesting, isn't it? Using a premium live event to do like an interview. This feels like the kind of thing you would have got on Superstars. It's obviously very important because it would have repercussions at the Rumble and WrestleMania, but even so, a bit of a strange thing to do on Survivor Series. I'm guessing it's because Macho wasn't in any of the matches and we wanted to feature him on the show. Cold Edits, shout out to you. Shades of the Rising Sun, said King Yeti. Yeah, Shades of the Rising Sun. Do you know, I didn't realise they've actually removed that from Street Fighter. On E Honda's stage, they used to have the Rising Sun in the background, and apparently on like new versions it's been changed. I think it's seen as offensive. I am the special one. I'm the greatest superstar. Don't bet against me. Pretty standard affair here from the Macho King. Where do we go from here? I have more than proven that the Macho King is number one. $15,000 or $18,000, don't dig it, said Mean Gene. Pretty standard affair, to be honest. The reviews are in. Thumbs down. Look at the hair. Right, well, not the egg. We move on to our next match. Yeah, this is the match that's kind of hard to get too excited for. This is the Alliance against the Mercenaries. The only thing I'll say is the Bushwhackers are in this, and I flipping love the Bushwhackers, so I'll get that from it. Alliance versus Mercenaries. I think we might be a little push for time here. This match only gets just over 10 minutes. No backstage interviews. Sign in the crowd says Iraq sucks. There's the Bushwhackers. There they are. Let's go, lads. Oh, hey, Andy, you need that? Andy, have you seen that hat that kid's got? Red hat with Survivor Series. It said Hartford, Connecticut. You need that? I'll have a look. I'll see if it's on eBay. eBay.co.uk. I'm having a look, Andy. Don't worry. So, what can you get for Survivor Series 1990 if you just put that in? I'm kind of anxious to see what's going to come out of that egg. Oh my God. Did you know, Andy, you can get a signed Survivor Series poster? Did you know? It is $20,000, but it's the poster you've got signed. Wow. Andy, get that. Buy that. If you're a real fan, you'll buy that. It's on eBay right now. Jeez. Ah, look at Sergeant Slaughter with his awful face paint. Despicable! Despicable! There's a pretty good one here, you know, that's like 150, which is the poster. And it is signed by Ted Dibiase, Demolition, and Tugboat. It looks a bit smaller than the poster Andy's got, though. So, Sergeant Slaughter, so who's in this match? We've got Nikolai Volkov, Tito Santana, and the Bushwhackers against Sergeant Slaughter, Boris Zukov, Sato, and Tanaka. They've all got that awful, like, face paint on. I don't know how they thought this was a good idea. What did all of you gung-ho soldiers, American soldiers, have for Thanksgiving? We had a beautiful, delicious turkey dinner. We didn't have to worry about flies or sand. It's pretty wild, isn't it, having a pop at American soldier? He was getting legit death threats, weren't he? Oh my god, the promo's longer than the flipping match. The Iraqi soldiers are just like us, the mercenaries. They take no prisoners and they're survivors just like us. Oof. Oof. This is real old school booking. You wouldn't do this now. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support as always, and hope you are enjoying this watch along with us. So King Yeti gifting 10 Wrestling Days memberships. And I can see people gobbling them up. Did you get it? Gobbledy Gooker. There we go. Right, they've made their way to the ring. The never-ending drum roll theme music. I wonder if backstage was messier in the Golden Era or the Attitude Era. Don't know. There was definitely some stories from this era of backstage disputes. I just think they've been ever present, to be honest. No hats. I tell you what there is, though. For $20,000, you can get an actual Survivor Series 1990 ticket signed by The Undertaker. How about that? It is $20,000, though. Don't know how you feel about that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my God. Quick pin. Boris Zukov eliminated already because he sucks. Yeah, this match, it doesn't stick around very long. I don't know that it's as long as that promo we just had. That is the is that the Iranian flag on the outside? Super kick. There's a mix up. Tito going over, making the tag. In comes Butch. Yeah, Orient Express not really on the same page at the moment. Yeah, come on, Bushwhackers. Here we go. Battering Ram. Boom. Straight over. Yes. Another one gone. Quick elimination. Listen, I tell you what, things are really not going well. Things are really not going well after if you're getting eliminated by the Bushwhackers. Ah, missed headbutt. Tag being made. 20,000, Undertaker. I'll do it, said Felix. It's worth it. Oh my God, these are limited. I can't even keep up with them. Here's Nikolai Volkov. He's coming in. He's throwing in some shots. Sergeant Slaughter's just backing up a little bit. He came in and he was throwing hands, but he just sort of backed away a little bit. There we go, look. Again, no selling from Sergeant. Sergeant Slaughter's selling of these shots of Nikolai. It's awful. Awful. Nikolai really... Oh, my God, that was bad. Oh, and that. These shots are missing by a flipping mile. Camera angles aren't right. Needed to get a little bit closer with his shots. Doesn't help that Sergeant Slaughter's absolutely no selling them whatsoever. Elbow drop there by Sergeant Slaughter. I tell you what, we're really in a weird place if Sergeant Slaughter is being booed and Nikolai Volkov is being cheered. We've definitely taken some bold booking choices if this is where we've ended up. Crowd are chanting USA. I've got tickets for Raw in 2018 where Corbin had the Shield arrested. Well, that's 20,000. There's no two ways about that. Against the ropes. Down he goes. Sergeant Slaughter in control. I think his team has been absolutely decimated. Big shot to the midsection there by Sarge. Nikolai against the ropes. So we've been going for an hour and 46 minutes. This is our last proper match. The only match after this is the survivors going up against each other. We get all the survivors from the previous matches, put them into two teams, and that is our final match. Shots coming in there by Nikolai Volkov. I think we're just down to Sarge. God, Sarge just gave this massive speech about how his team are just like the Iraqi soldiers. They never surrender. They never give up. They're the elite fighting force. Literally within the space of 2 minutes, he's on his own. But he's doing all right here against Nikolai. He's doing okay at the moment. Shot coming in there by Sarge. But they loved pinfalls back then, said Ninja. Wrestler Andy said Shane O'Mac is still on the outside. He's been there all night. Shane has... I felt I knew that he had a presence on this show, but no way could I have told you he was there all night. That's interesting. There we go. Nikolai eliminated. AB said Slaughter is gassed. Right, Butch has come into the ring. Butch unloading on Sarge. Sarge. Now he's got Luke in there. Both the Bushwhackers working together. They slam Sergeant Slaughter down. Back up, gonna come charging over, clothesline. Boom! Sarge goes down. Going for the pin. 2. No joy. So it's Bushwhackers and Tito in there with Sergeant Slaughter. Crowd have gone flat, you know. Crowd have gone flat now. Bushwhackers are climbing up. Knees up. Luke comes off the top. Double knees by Sergeant Slaughter. Sarge coming over, grabbing. Luke picks him up again. Gutbuster. Going for the pin. 1, 2, 3. I do love Luke trying to kick out, but he's just got nothing in him, and he's like... He's trying, but it's absolutely futile. Butch throwing in some shots to the midsection. Chest first. On wobbly legs. Clothesline. Down goes Butch. 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. Bushwhackers got murked. So now it's... Sarge thinks he's won. Tito's in, though. Tito unloading on Sergeant Slaughter. Sarge goes into the corner. Big back body drop there by Tito. Tito climbing up. Up top. Boom. Comes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Sarge. So, again, you know how we sort of ended with Hogan against Barbarian and Bret against $1 Million Man. Wow, we've sort of got Tito against Sergeant Slaughter now. Sarge in the corner. Weird combinations of matches, isn't it? If you think these are the kind of matchups that we're highlighting, it's a very strange kind of series of matches. Swinging net breaker there by Sarge. Tito down. Daze, can I spear you? You're my WWE YouTuber, said Cold Edits. Do it. Do it. I deserve it. Love the stream. Wish I had money to be a member, said Who Review. Well, don't worry about it, but it's all just like extra bits that we do. If you're here for these streams, you're here for 99% of what we do. Tito is down. Wasn't Gorilla Monsoon's son a ref around this time? I think his name was Joey Morella. Yes. What year did he pass? 93? 94? Just devastated Gorilla when that happened. Rake at the eyes by Sarge. Here we go. We've got Sarge in the middle of the ring looking for a suplex. Gets it. Tito down. Ref counting as both guys are down. On the outside, we got General Adnan, who's a very interesting person, General Adnan, because I believe he was actually like a bodyguard and involved with Saddam Hussein. Tries to come down with a knee there, Sarge. He's got Tito. Tito grabs Sarge by the head into the ref. Ref goes down. Ref goes down. Sarge slowly making it. He is gassed. Slowly making his way over. Elbows coming in by Sarge to Tito. Tito against the ropes over the other side. Nice big shot. Both guys are down. Reba! Here's General Adnan. Comes in with that flag. Boom! Jabs it into the back of Tito. Ref didn't see it. Comes over. He's trying to fire up Sergeant Slaughter. Slaughter on his feet. Tito down. Feels like we're getting to the business end of this. Ah, here it comes. The camel clutch. It's in. It's in. Referee coming over. There we go. Look, Slaughter thinks he's done it. Slaughter thinks he's done it. He's got his arms in the air. He's having a word with the Fink. Ah, so good. Sergeant Slaughter, and he puts his arms in the air. Has been disqualified. Man, that's that reaction when it reveals that Sarge has been DQ'd gets a good pop from the crowds. Sergeant Slaughter has been disqualified. Yeah, you hide your face in shame, General Adnan. You hide your face in shame. Tito wins, but does he feel like a winner? Yes. Right, here's the heel team. So, $1 Million Man, Warlord, Paul Roma, Hercules, and the model. Yes, I am a model. That's the badge. That wasn't a boob, by the way. King Yeti again. Wow. Thank you, my friend. King Yeti, so supportive. All of this is going into the Sky Starlink Fund. So 20 Wrestling Days memberships. So kind. Look at this. Cameron McDowell, Matt Wrestling's biggest fan. Raider Nation 87, Matt Scott, Eric Rivera, Tiger Shark 600, William, Blighted Bear, Lebron, Jack B, Gage Smith, Sam Morris, Nick Torres, Jack Collins, Letitia Joyner, Chong is 3000, Undercovered Cube, Jesse Schmitz, Samuel Mussel, Macaulay 4431, King Melho, TBK, all benefiting from King Yeti's generosity. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. So kind, and it does not go unnoticed by the community. Hey, look, we've got a egg that we need to turn our attention to. There are some cracks appearing. Wherever that came from, I'm sure it had to hurt. What is it? What is it? This cracks me up. It's starting to creak and it's starting to crack. Is it the Playmate of the Month? The speculating is all over. Look, it's cracking away. Boo! People wanted Ric Flair. It's the Gobbledy Gooker. Oh, mate, what a moment. Gorilla Monsoon's like, I don't know what it is. The crowd don't know what to make of it either. Mean Gene trying his best, man. Trying his best. Now he comes over. What's with the Gobbledy? Don't tell me you're the Gobbledy Gooker. He got all of that from that. Gobble, 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 gobble. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Gook forever. Gobble, 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 gobble. Here we go. The highlight of the segment. Look at this. So he's bringing Mean Gene down to the ring. Now you can see some people with nachos and they're just sort of standing there like, don't know what to make of it. Do you know what, though? The idea behind the Gobbledy Gooker was a good idea, right? Because what I heard what they wanted to do is they wanted to I don't know what that sign said. What they wanted to do is they wanted to have a mascot so that when you went to the live shows, there was something for the kids, like something for the to interact with the crowds, you know. And it kind of makes sense, really, that before the show starts, you know, as you're walking around, I'd love it. Imagine going to a live show and the Gobbledy Gookers walking around. You can get your picture taken with him. Like, I think it's a good concept. It's just you've teased something so much bigger, and obviously the crowd don't know what to make of this. Yeah, look, Mean Gene being dragged into the ring. They're into it. They're They're into it. Yeah, a lot of people aren't, though. Gobbledy Gooker running the ropes. And now he wants Mean Gene to do that. And Mean Gene's like, yeah, sure, mate, sure, yeah. Da 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 da. Oh, go on, Mean Gene! Go on, Mean Gene! Mean Gene's the goat of this segment. Yes! Go on, Mean Gene! Look at him go! Oh, come on, man. Gobbledy Gooker's the goat. Oh, I bet Mean Gene was not thrilled when this was put to him. Was he? He was like, you want me to do this? Is like a rib on Mean Gene. I want to know what Vince was saying at this moment. He was laughing his head off backstage. He will have been flipping, wetting himself. Gobbledy Gooker has got them going here. He didn't know what to make of them at first, or they didn't know what to make of him, but I think he's won the heart of Hartford. And they are applauding, in all fairness. Yeah, it's a hard sell, innit? It's a hard sell. Imagine you, you know, you're a big fan of Hogan and the Rockers, Hart Foundation. You find yourself having to watch this segment. This is one of those where, you know, you'll talk about you're a wrestling fan. This segment will come on. You'll be like, yeah, don't watch this. Don't ignore this bit. But he's an icon as a result. It's one of those so bad it becomes good. And they've used the character in years after. I mean, I'm pretty sure he had a run with the 24/7 championship. He appeared on like a pre-show a few years back. And Mattel made that figure of him recently. Roddy Piper laughs and the crowd is absolutely silent. Jumps out the ring and there we go. This segment's too long, said Suzanne. There's a lot of problems with it, Suzanne, yes. I think in retrospect there's quite a bit we would change about it. Charles said this was absolutely ridiculous. Right, well, one match left to go. Man, could you imagine if Twitter was around? Could you imagine if Twitter was around? Hey, Warrior's changed his trunks. Why did the Ultimate Warrior have only Survivor on his trunks when he did turn out to be the only Survivor in his match? Like, if I'm Vince, I'm flipping livid at that. And now he's changed his trunks and he's changed his face paint. He looks better now than he did at the start of the show. This is much better look for the Warrior. Me and the Ariba, man. You can't say that. Tell you what, Tito Santana finding himself in this team's a bit of a flipping odd one out, innit? Classic Warrior promo. Johnny, shout out to you, my friends. I've been sick this weekend. Unseen helped. I don't know if anyone's ever told you have a soft voice. Oh, well, I'll take that as a compliment, Johnny. Thank you. It's one of the strangest compliments I've ever received, but I will take it. Johnny, I hope you feel better soon, my friend. That is from me and my soft voice. Charlie said, what two wrestlers, one from the 90s, one from today, would we like to see go one-on-one? One from the 90s, one from today. It's hard to not think Roman today because he's such a big star. Gunther would be a great shout. I'd love to see British Bulldog against, like, Roman for the title, of course. I always wanted Bulldog to be champion. I mean, Bret would be a good shout, of course. HBK Shawn would be a great shout. Imagine HBK Shawn in the ring against Seth Rollins. Or AJ Styles. I mean, that would be amazing. You could go lots of ways, couldn't you, really? You could go power. You could go technical. You could just do Roman against Hogan. Roman against Warrior. I don't think I'd have Cody, actually, to be honest. There's quite a few options. Yeah, what would you lot do? Who would you have? Roman and Brutus Beefcake, said Jesse. I don't know. What are these teams called? I don't know what these two teams called. I don't think they got names, have they? I'll just call it the Survivors match. Dun, 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 dun. Right, here's $1 Million Man making his way down with Virgil. The grand finale of Survivor Series, Hogan, Tito Santana, WWF Champion, The Ultimate Warrior versus Power and Glory, Rick Martel, Ted DiBiase, and Warlord. It is 3 on 5. It is also the shortest match on the show. Shortest match on the show. Only goes for just over 9 minutes. So I don't think we've got a great deal of time left with this. Da-na-na-na. Here we go. Here come the faces. Here's Hogan. What's inside? Yo, homie, Hulk kicks. Thanks, homie. So Hogan has made his way down. He's calling for the others to join him. You'd think they'd send Tito out first. Here comes Tito. Santana making his way down. One of the best, says Roddy. Ted DiBiase is a preacher now, said Suzanne. Warlord is god-awful, said A.B. Jobson. During the pre-match interview, Hogan calls Tito Santana the Ariba Man. Days, the Mexican legend Hector Guerrero was under that costume. Thank you, my friend. Here is Warrior. Ken Shamrock versus Brock Lesnar, said William Hensey. That would be good. Wolfpack versus Wyatt Six. Big Van Vader versus Bronson Reed. Appalachian Tales said, can you give my wife, Shell, a shout out? She loves you. Shell, I don't know if that is sarcasm or if that is the truth. It doesn't really matter either way. Shout out to you, Shell. I hope you've had a great weekend. And I hope it just got that little bit better. So, Shell, shout out to you. Appalachian Tales. Shout out to you as well, as we are underway with our final match. So we got Paul Roma in there with Tito Santana. Against the ropes, picks him up. Oh, what a power slam. Lovely. Great work by Glory. Power on the outside. There's a knee by Ted DiBiase. He's got Tito, and he's looking for a suplex. Gets it. Gets it. 1, 2. Kick out by Tito. Right, let's get back to the chat. I bet Hogan wanted to go last, but Vince said Warrior goes last, so Hogan wanted to go first, says Matter. That almost definitely happened. I completely agree with you, but Tito going against the ropes, went for that forearm, but missed it. Ted DiBiase moves out the way. Comes up. Oh, do you know what? We haven't been rating the matches. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that, you know. Ted DiBiase rolls up. We will get people's thoughts on the show, though. I'm sure we'll watch it again. Appalachian Tale said, it's true. It's true. We love you, bro. Thank you, my friends. It's true. It's true. It's damn true. Here we go. Ted DiBiase goes into the boot of the Warrior. So now we've got a really interesting match because it's actually Warrior and Hogan as a tag team teaming together, trying to take down 5 people. So again, it's another example, isn't it, of where the Survivor Series match does give you these weird matches within matches. But it's a weird match, you know. Power and Glory, Warlord, $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, Rick the Model Martel. Like, it's a weird opposition for Warrior and Hogan to have to try and take down. Big shot coming in. This is probably where the Survivor match doesn't make much sense, because if you win your match and you get through to the final, you are facing people that maybe you haven't really got much heat with. Because the people you've got heat with, you faced earlier in the show. You know, like Earthquake and Hogan obviously had a lot of heat at this time. Well, he's already got past that. So now he's finding himself facing some people he's not really in any kind of story with. So it does sort of take a little bit away from this match. Perhaps that's why one of the reasons they didn't stick with it. Shots coming in there by Hercules. Ooh, right on the top of the head. Right on the top of the head. Face first, Hogan goes into the corner. Appalachian Tales of Terror said, thanks, Days. We hope you had a good weekend too. It's been alright. Well, Saturday sort of sucked. I was really pleased with last night's Unseen, so that made it a bit better. But the technical problems yesterday and spending so much money on Skylink, all of that made me sad. But the Unseen definitely cheered me up. I was really pleased with it once that was done and it was uploaded. I think this stream's been really fun. And to be honest, I haven't really made much progress with Unseen, so that's going to take a bit of time. But it doesn't matter. I feel like today this was the main focus. And then, of course, we're back tomorrow with Raw, which is live. And NXT on Tuesday. Shots coming in there by Hercules. Tell you what, Hogan's took a bit of a beating here, hasn't he? Took a bit of a beating. Over in the corner. Referee coming in. Shot there by Hercules. Goes up. Tag being made. He's going to go for this classic signature move. Superplex into the splash. What I like is we saw that work earlier, and we've seen how Hogan just no sells it. Kick out, boom, big clothesline by Hogan. 1, 2, 3, and there goes Paul Roma. In comes Rick the Model Martel. Big clubbing blows. Over the other side, big boot there by Hogan. Tag being made, in comes the Warrior. In comes the Warrior. Boom, big kicks coming into the midsection. Rick Martel in the corner. It's a pretty fun feud, isn't it? Ultimate Warrior, Rick Martel. Over the other side, big back body drop. Big shot, another big shot. Did I miss what happened with Warlord? I feel like I missed it. Again, big shot there by Warrior. Scoops up Martel, slams him down. He pops up again, slams him down. Warrior in full control right now. Slams him down face first, goes over, makes the tag. In comes Hogan. Another big shot there by Hogan. Over the other side, big boots. Hogan grabbing Rick the Model Martel. Looking for a clothesline. Martel goes through the ropes to the outside. Martel, has he had enough yet? Forget it. I'm done. I'm out of here. So, Rick the Model Martel has walked away. He's been counted out. He was out in like the first 45 seconds. Said, oh, I did miss it then. Boogs would have been great in this match, said Wrestle with Andy. Is Hogan, of course. He pops out of the pin, said AB Jobson. Martel just quits, said K-Dub. Just had enough. Solo Sokoa against Big Boss Man, said Theron Kill. That's a hell of a combination, isn't it? I actually really don't mind that match. William Hensey said Ultimate Warrior versus Goldberg. Who's next match? Whoa, down goes Ted DiBiase. Hogan. Well, you know, quite a history here, of course, between these two. Hogan with the $1 Million Man. Goes over, throws in a shot to Hercules. Against the ropes goes $1 Million Man, big boots. Down goes $1 Million Man. Against the ropes, looking to drop the leg, and he does. $1 Million Man, 1, 2, 3. How strange. Oh, big slam there to Hercules. Tag mates. Warrior comes in. Here we go. Against the ropes. Big clothesline. $1 Million Man doesn't care. Is leaving. Is eliminated. Virgil goes with him. Whoa. Boom. Big splash. Boom. 1. Hogan gets in and joins him with the count. And it is a win for Hogan and the Warrior. The Slickster goes down. Slickster in the corner. Gets hurled over the other sides. Chucked over the top to the outsides. And the show reaches its conclusion with Warrior and Hogan standing tall. I mean, as I said, the problem with it is it doesn't matter. It's throwaway. It's a fun watch. There's some good moments. There's some good matches, I think. But at the end, what do you get from it? Apart from more Hogan no-selling and... Warrior holding the ropes for Hogan, is allowing Hogan to go out. Hogan does step through the ropes, but then he keeps the ropes open for Warrior to go. They're just the best of friends. The two greatest professional athletes in the world today. What I will say is this is a pretty cool image, though. That final image of Hogan and Warrior on the edge of the ring, both with their arms in the air, and Warrior holding up not only the winged eagle, but the winged eagle on a white strap. That is a great image if you want to sum up early 90s WWF. I mean, you know, Gorilla Monsoon there says they're the two biggest sports entertainers in the world today. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong in that moment, is he? I mean, that final image is a really great image. The two of them on the edge of the ring, both holding up each other's arms in the air. Warrior holding up that championship. It's a real snapshot, isn't it? I put match scores, but I meant show scores. So, I'm deleting it. I botched it. I meant show scores. I meant show scores. Show score. What's your show score? All time. Great. Good. Oh, it's auto playing Stone Cold now. What? Not a bad length as well. 2 hours 20. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't really look for. I wouldn't really look for that to be any longer. In fact, I think you could shave some time off, like, the Visionaries match. I think you could, like, cut a little bit of time here and there. But, yeah. Imagine if that Gobbledy Gooker reveal was a bit better. And maybe if now we had a proper championship match. Maybe if we heard... Maybe, let's say, Warrior wasn't the champ. Someone else was the champ at this time. And we were doing, like, the championship match now. Maybe Macho Man's the champ at this time, and now we're going to do Macho Man versus whoever. Like, that would have made this show a bit stronger, I feel. But we weren't doing that, was we? That wasn't what Survivor Series was. I think a fun watch. I really think a fun watch. Imagine if Hogan had turned heel and then rematched Warrior at Main. Oh, imagine that. And turns and he just, like, clotheslines him, clobbers him on the edge of the ring. Imagine that. The first half of the show varied from pretty good to really good. Unfortunately, the final 3 matches lack, especially the last 2, along with that Gooker segment, says AB Jobson. K-Dub said WWE channel on here is showing a Survivor Series marathon. AB Jobson said, still, as with most old school Survivor Series events, it's rather fun. And it's relatively easy watch. I'd recommend this show, mainly for The Undertaker's debut and that match itself. Yes, that first match is really... I think the first Warrior match is good, actually. I enjoyed that quite a lot. The second match is really good. I think it's that third match with the Visionaries against the Vipers, which is just a weird combination of people. Hulkamaniacs against Natural Disasters, I really didn't mind. The Alliance against the Mercenaries, again, just really strange. And then the Survivor match, it's what you expect. Fun. Do you know what? I would say fun. Can you imagine if the Gobbledy Gooker was the planned person and wasn't the planned person, Sid? Well, that's how we introduced Sid. There was some people thinking Ric Flair was going to be involved somewhere. The dude has got a title shot the following night, but Hogan ended him. Warrior gets the tag and puts away Hercules with ease, says AB Jobson. I enjoyed watching this stream with you. You guys are like family, said Felix. Oh, that's nice, Felix. Shout out to you, my friends. That's lovely. Matteo said, when's the next Unseen? It's my next job. So as soon as we've just, you know, had a few more minutes where we get a few more people's scores. So keep getting your vote. We've got 240 odd people with us right now. We've got 58 votes. So if you haven't voted, vote. We'll get those scores in. It'd be lovely to get that a little bit higher. Once we've got like a few more votes, then we'll end the poll. Get a bit of a read as to what people thought about this show. And then my next job is Unseen. I'll be straight onto that. And then I want to do a video on the second channel, which will be going up quite late. But it'll be there for people to watch all day tomorrow. And it's a simple question. Who attacked Jade Cargill? So I need to do that video as well. So the rest of my night is going to be Unseen and then doing that video. I need to set up Raw. So that's on my to-do list. And then see what time it is. See where we are then. But that's what the rest of my night holds. But definitely a fun watch. I wasn't even born until the end of the Attitude Era, said Vic. So learning history is always good, especially with all of y'all. Yeah, I like the little facts that the community keep dropping in throughout is really good. You know, just kind of make sure that we're hitting all the little bits and bobs, and yeah, good. Gorilla and Heenan. Gorilla and Heenan were hilarious. I miss them both, said A.B. Jobson. Kim Shane said the original idea for the Gooker was Sid in a giant egg as Egbert, but instead Vince chose Hector Guerrero as a turkey. Apparently he was in there for ages as well. Like, they didn't just put him in like the segment before. He was legitimately in there for a long, like hours, a long period of time. Maybe from the start of the show. But you would think they would just like sneak him in, like during the break or something, turn the light, but no. Word is that he was in there for flipping ages. The Who review said, I had to vote this pay-per-view as all-time. It was my first pay-per-view and I was 2, said the Who review. 30,000 people are on their feet at the Hartford Civic Center. Right, well, we were on 58 votes. I made my plea to the over 200 people that are watching. Those people have listened. And our poll has increased by 2 votes. So we're making steady progress. It's not fast progress. It's steady progress. But we are making progress. As soon as this gets to 300, we'll end the stream. Charles said it was a fun, cool stream days. Not a bad Sunday night. Not a bad Sunday night. Felix, shout out to you, my friend. Appalachian Tales of Terror said, my Mount Rushmore is Undertaker, Shawn, Flair, and Sting. I think it's going to take a little bit too long to get to 300, so we might have to just end at 63. So let's have a look, see where we were. Oh, there we go. Nathan said, thanks for the watch along. 10-year-old me is very happy I got to cheer for Hogan. Yeah, forget what happened with like Hogan in the later stages. Just cheer this one. There we go. 46% said it was great. 34% said it was good. 15% said it was all time. Only 3% said it was bad. So this actually gets a great 61% rating. Great 61. That's not bad. That is not bad. It's in the great range. So great 61%. Not the biggest sample size in the world. But there we go. That is how the community felt about Survivor Series 1990. So, right, I'm done. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate the support. Matteo as well. Thank you for the kind words. I'm going to go off and do Unseen now. And as I said, there'll be a video on the second channel. That will go up quite late now, though. And, of course, we're back tomorrow with Raw. We're back on Tuesday with NXT. And we are well on the road to next weekend's Survivor Series 2024. Thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support. Hope you had fun. Hope you had a good time. And hopefully